Good morning, everyone. We'd like to give you a warm welcome from Warsaw. When we have 5 centimeters of snow today and a little bit of frost, we hope that all the presentations will warm up everybody, that they can enjoy the conference in full. Today we have Professor Bogdan Brzeziecki with us. He will be leading the next session. Professor?
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We start the third session of our Heritage Conference. The session is devoted to natural and cultural heritage in forest, with a special focus on tourism and recreation development. The session will last for about 80 minutes. We have 4 presentations in the session. Because you want to reserve some time for questions, discussions, every speaker has approximately 15 minutes for the presentation. I have a big request to keep this time requirement. The first speaker in the session is Professor Valentina Meszkova. Professor Valentina Meszkova is the head of Laboratory of Forest Protection at Ukrainian Research Institute of Forestry and Forest Melioration in Kharkov, Ukraine. She is a specialist in forest entomology, pathology, ecology, and forest protection. She will be speaking about diversity of Xylophagus beetles in Gomelshansky Lisy National Nature Park in eastern Ukraine. Professor Meszkova, I hope you are ready to start. The stage is yours, please.
To be with you, I'll try to tell you. I do not see my presentation. Do you see it? Oh, yes. We did this work with my colleagues, entomologist, PhD Yuri Skrilnik, who is an authority on the identification of insects, and postgraduate Maxim Belyavtsev, who works in Gomelshansky National Nature Park. Very long ago, I wanted to compare the species composition of insects in different zones of National Nature Park with different management regime. And now we begin such studies and have some results which I want to show you. Please, next. The next, please. Here, National Park, National Nature Park Gomelshansky Lisy is located in the east of Ukraine, in Kharkov region, near Zmyov district. In the left map you see the map of Ukraine, and in the center the border of this park. Its area is about 13,000 hectares. The next, please. This park, as other national nature parks, has different zones. That is reserved area where any management, any activity is forbidden. It is green. I have no point to show. Green is reserved area, yellow is regulated recreation, red is stationary recreation, where there are the bases of recreation and some points of recreation, and orange is the zone of management, where the forest management is carried out as everywhere. Next, please. The forest consists of oak, maple, lime, elm, and other deciduous species. The age is 60, 120 years old. The forest composition was almost similar in our sample plots. Next, please. The purpose of the research was to assess the species composition and biodiversity indices for Xylophagous insects caught by window traps in the different parts of Gomulchansky Lycée National Nature Park with different management regimes and anthropogenic load. Anthropogenic load, it was clear failing, selective failing, and without failing. And different management regimes. So you will see in further slides. In this paper, we consider only Xylophagous beetles, but we, of course, collected different groups of beetles and Saproxylophagous and predators and parasites, but it would be another paper. Please, next. Mm-hmm. We placed 4 window traps in each of the 5 groups of plots. Clear failing, selective failing, stationary recreation, regulated recreation, and reserved area. We used adapted methods for identifying of species composition and analysis of biodiversity indices. We evaluated relative richness of each Xylophagous insect as a proportion of the species from total number of individuals of all analyzed species. Next, please. That is the example of window traps. They are not commercial. We made them ourselves. We made from as we could, but we had the containers in the lower part of each trap with glycerol and ethanol, and each week we took out all insects from each trap and then analyzed in laboratory conditions. Next, please. That is the bottles with beetles from these traps and the beetles from one of the traps. So there were very many beetles, and it was very much work to identify them and there to analyze. The next, please. Total 42 Xylophagous coleoptera species were found from Curculionidae, Cerambicidae, Eucherichteridae, Bostrichidae, Buprestidae, and Limexilidae. I don't see the part of screen, of left part of screen. There were different zones of nature park, and there were the highest number of species, it was in the part of clear failing and selective failing. But the abundance of individuals was another. The next, please. The highest number of individuals we have in reserved zone and in a stationary recreation zone. It was low in the parts of selective and clear sanitary failing. The next, please. There are the list of the most common species. The Ambrosia beetles were the most abundant. It was Xylobarinus saxisani. It was sometimes several hundreds specimens in one date of collection. The next, please. The most abundant species, that was Xylobarinus saxisani and Anisandrus dispar. They are polyphagous and colonize different trees, different species, and different health condition of trees. The next, please. When we calculated the dominance, we saw that minimal dominance was in managed zone, and the highest diversity was in the in the zone of selective felling and stationary recreation. I can't see my screen. The next, please. We counted Menchinic index. It was the lowest in the reserved area and the highest in the plots of selective and clear felling. The next, please. We have the list of species which were specific for different zones. Some species were specific for clear felling, some species for selective felling, some from regulated recreation or stationary recreation. But no species has been identified only in the protected zone. So they were all species were found in protected zone. Next, please. Cluster analysis showed that it was very high similarity between regular recreation and stationary recreation, between clear felling and selective felling, and reserve zone was alone. So it is the diversity, the difference between these zones with different management and different anthropogenic loading. Next, it seems to me it's the end. So we have 42 species of Xylophagos is from different families. Species richness was the highest in the plots of clear and selective felling. Number of individuals was maximal in reserved area and minimal in the selective and clear felling. Xyloborinus saxaessani and Anisandrus dispar were the dominant species, and an analysis showed the similarity of the xylophag complex in the plots of selective and clear felling, as well as in stationary and regulated recreation, and alone reserved area. Thank you for attention. That's all. The last slide. Here am I.
Thank you very much, Professor Meszkova, for your very interesting presentation. And now we come to the next speaker in our session. The next speaker will be Dr. Anita from India. Dr. Anita is a senior principal scientist in the Department of Forest Economics of Kerala Forest Research Institute. She has an extensive experience in socio-economic studies of forest-based livelihood, and her current research interests include environmental valuation, policy studies in the context of forest rights of indigenous people, and socio-economic studies of traditional industry. I hope, Dr. Anita, you are ready to start your presentation. You are welcome. The stage is yours.
I hope I'm audible. Hello, I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Can I have my slides, please? You will have to go back because the slides are not visible to me. Hello. Okay, I will just start off. I'm not able to see the slides very clearly. So very good afternoon to one and all. And I will be talking to you about an assessment of the recreational services and ecotourism development of Adirapalli Varichal waterfalls in the national forest areas of southern Western Ghats in India. Next slide, please. I will just quickly take you through the framework behind which we had undertaken our study. We have followed the ecosystem services, Millennium Ecosystem Services framework, in which we have looked at the 4 different services covering the supporting, regulating, provisioning and cultural services. And my talk today will take you through the cultural services, in which we are talking in terms of cultural diversity, knowledge-based systems, educational values, among the various others. If the slide is visible to you, you could see the list. Please, next slide, please. I will directly come to my topic, that is ecotourism. Here we are talking in terms of responsible travel that conserves natural forests and environment to sustain the well-being of mankind or the local people. And I would want to highlight the point that what we're talking in terms here is environmentally risky factors when we are trying to promote tourism in a natural and protected area. And the serious impacts would also result on having its due impacts in the natural areas, including the wildlife parks and other wilderness areas which are packaged today as the green option for people. And ecotourism, as far as I would like to highlight, it is a highly consumer-centered activity of late, and it is catering mostly to the urbanized societies and the new middle-class communities. We are talking in terms of alternative lifestyles, which was not the case probably 10 to 15 years ago. So, but what has been projected? The UN World Tourism had estimated that India would account for 50 million outbound tourists by 2020, but of course we had the unprecedented COVID-19 impact, which has declined tourism by minus 85%, which is largely in the Asian nations. Next slide, please. If you can see, it is largely the Asia. The slide basically gives you an overview picture of the reduction in tourism as a result of COVID-19. Okay, you can see the picture, which is very clearly indicating the minus 85 in the Asian nations. So with this background, I would like to go into the Southern Western Ghats arena in India. I'm coming from down south, from the state of Kerala. Next slide, please. And here we will be talking in terms of ecotourism activities, which will be looking at recreation activities from leisure, tourism, in nature and green spaces, and also in protected areas. So we will talk from the point of view of direct benefits and the indirect benefits as a result of tourism, which in terms we are talking from the point of view of employment generation and experiencing nature and cognitive values of the natural areas. Next slide, please. Going one more step into the background, I would like to highlight the fact that today we are talking in terms of co-production of recreational services. Basically, my background and interest is today as we have been recipients of ecosystem services and the benefits of nature, but now it's time that we become co-producers as well of the ecosystem services, whereby there is a mutual give and take as far as the societal benefit is concerned. So here we talk in terms of recreational supply and recreational demand, where we look at, from the point of view of recreational supply, we'll be looking at the biophysical units and the socio-physical units. And from the demand side, we're talking in terms of socio-cultural values or the visitor perception, and the biophysical elements that covers the visitor experience from the positive externalities that they experience. And eventually, we're talking in terms of co-production of the services, which talks in terms of socio-cultural environment and inclusiveness as well as accessibility. Next slide, please. With this background, a quick look at the study area, which is the Adirapalli Varichal waterfalls, natural waterfalls coming out from the Western Ghats in Kerala, in the central Kerala. And this has been listed as one of the 50th best hotspots from the National Geographic point of view also. And so during the peak rainy season or the monsoons that we call here, the river, the waterfall is in full spate, and it's a very picturesque. Anybody can Google and see. It's a very beautiful place, and tourism is rising. Notice from way back in 1980s, and eventually we started to have a regular flow. It was a traditional picnic site originally, and eventually by the 2000s, when the participatory forest management in India took off, we brought it under the forest management, under the department, state government department, that is the forest department. And in 2001, the implementation of the participatory management was in place, and tourism was brought directly under the state government's control through the department. Next slide, please. A quick look at some statistics. You can see the revenue generation and visitor flow to this area. And the graph very clearly shows the revenue generation as well as the number of visitors. Yes, it shows a very plateau kind of a moment, but revenue generation, yes, has shown that we are regularly having a good flow. Of course, in the last 3 years in India and the southern Kerala, we have experienced the tremendous floods and where we had the landslips and etc. So there was a dip in tourism, but otherwise tourism has again caught up now. And on the right side, you can see that definitely this is totally dependent on the season. And you can see the flow of visitors, 23.8 million in the Adirapalli, that is the lower part of the fall. Varichal is the upper reaches of the waterfall, and you can see 18.4 lakh. This is the annual visitation rate. Going to the average revenue also, 27.1 million to 19.7 lakh in both the areas respectively. Next slide, please. So our study went on to understand what is the visitor impact zone. I mean, we just really had to get into the perception analysis besides the data that was generated. So we went about the entire area to locate what exactly was the visitor impact zone to in fact come out with recommendations to take care of that area. And this is the road and the topo sheet. You can see the white patch and 100 meters on both sides. Through our participant observation and interaction with the community visitors, the primary, secondary and tertiary stakeholders, we were able to identify 1.33 square kilometers as the most impacted area of visitation happening in the study site. Next slide, please. And so, as we all know, the economic impact of tourism or any recreational service from the point of view of societal benefit talks in terms of the link between recreation and sector and local employment, local communities is employment generation that is generated in the recreational economy. So basically employment generation and income generation. Next slide, please. So here we did a quick sectoral analysis. We looked at the income product flow that happens in the recreational economy. And here we looked at the agricultural household. We looked at the business sector. We looked at the recreation economy as well. And our study highlighted that there are poor linkages between the agriculture sector and the recreational area sector, and relatively high linkages with business sector and recreational sector. It is very clear because with growing tourism, the service sector definitely will start picking up. And this is a very rural, forested area where we have habitation. Resident population are the tribals and the local community, which are not the very urbanized community. So although they do basic agriculture or land use pattern, whatever they're cultivating, other than that, small businesses did start to flourish with growing tourism, to the point that currently we even have resorts and restaurants run there, and basically they are all eco-tourist spots, which is encouraging a lot of tourism happening there. Yes, and since the government is in control there, we are able to, as far as possible, maintain an eco-friendly environment, taking care of the environment as well. Next slide, please. Moving on to understanding how the economics works, we looked at the employment elasticity of ecotourism, and we were able to identify the labor-intensive character of the sector, the recreational service. Labor-intensive character is nothing else. It is the responsiveness or the ability of the labor sector is growing. How is it having an impact on labor? Indirectly, what I mean to say is how much employment is being generated. So we were able to work out the arch employment elasticity. And next slide, please. And the data that was generated was a secondary data pertaining to the visitor flow and employment generated in the area as a base year. As you can very well see, we have worked out the employment elasticity. We looked at all the through spots, looked at the picnic spots, and we saw the employment generated in terms of man days. And responsiveness of employment opportunities to the change in visitor flow is very evident. We can see that 1 unit increase in visitor flow leads to 4.7 unit increase in employment. So that is a positive impact on that economy there, wherein 1 extra visitation to the site leads to 4.7 unit of employment generation in the area. Next slide, please. The next we moved on to understanding income aspects, that is the consumption function and income multipliers of the local economy. Here again, we have understood the income or the revenue that is being generated and how it is being pumped back into the economy. That is part of the money from the visitation fee and the vehicle parking charges. Part of it goes to the revenue, government revenue, and the remaining small percent goes back into the corpus fund of the community, which is in charge of the activities in the sector. So here an analysis was able to highlight that 1 unit increase by the recreation sector led to 2.27 increase per unit increase in the aggregate income of the economy. So this is basically the economic impact that we were able to assess, which showed a positive interaction between the economy and the recreation sector. Coming to the next slide, please. Here we are looking at the sustainability of the recreation system in the study area. And we had assessed this looking at the various major 4 indicators, which is covering the human dimensions, the socio-ecological, the human dimensions and the ecological dimensions. You look at the human dimensions, we covered political, socio-cultural and production structure. And ecological dimensions looked at the environmental impact, environmental policy and management. And it is interesting to see, you can see the marks that are up on the table. And this is basically characterized in the range from 0 to 100. And anything that falls within the range of 75 and above is supposed to be sustainable tourism, from the point of view that the service economy is having a positive impact on the economy by generating income and employment for the community living near the recreation site. Next slide, please. So from this, our study moved on to explaining on what we were trying to generate from the point of view of payment for ecosystem recreational service of the study area. And we had come up with this one workable model. This is basically to be implemented in the visitor impacted zone. If you recall the topo sheet I had shown earlier, we were talking in terms of the visitor impacted zone of 1.33 square kilometers. And here we brought out a small model in which we talked about 1 tourist, 1 rupee and 10 tree program, in which the 1 rupee generated from a visitor goes into a conservation fund, and which is eventually leading to employing 1 laborer who is entitled or who has to plant 10 trees. And the saplings of the trees are largely taken from a good endemic plant or the mother plant from the forest. Endemicity is given priority here. And what happens by planting the 10 trees, it adds to the tree cover of the area. The disturbed area, the affected area by the visitation was the target area where the afforestation was proposed. And indirectly, this 1 labor is being paid 500 rupees, which adds up to the saving. Eventually, it adds up to the production of the good services in the area. So in this program, what we were planning to highlight was it will lead to the economic as well as environmental security of the study site. Next slide, please. So the model that we had proposed to the state government was a program with the following main features. One, first and foremost, it is a savings program. It leads to the expansion of tree cover in the visitor impacted zone. It promotes the savings of the unskilled labor, the community that lives in and around that area, where the direct beneficiaries of this program. They are the part and parcel of the participatory forest management, where they are taken up as the laborers by the department, where employment is generated. And it increases environment awareness and consciousness of the local community and provides an ownership to the natural resource to the people. And it is restricted to only conservation and not at all against, they will be responsive against deforestation. So a person who plants a tree is only entitled to its conservation and not to cut the tree down. Next slide, please. So in nutshell, that is the background and the model in which we spoke. And we moved on to understanding how the community engagement and co-production of ecosystem services can be generated from the point of view of the following indicators, which I talk in terms of economic units. One is exchange value of the goods and services, and the primary and the primary stakeholders and the visitors, because benefits are contributed to the stakeholders, well-being and the health of the economy and the environment, non-economic benefits, and the indicators related to recreational facility that includes stakeholder perception as well as the ecosystem situation, habitat and the conditions. So this was a background in which we looked at the entire study area. Coming to the last slide, please. Second last slide, the highlights of the quick study, a small study that was undertaken, is that ecotourism development in this particular area was definitely showing an increasing trend, and the new economic policy of India 1991 promoted or accelerated this entire development. So we have the data, time series data of the last so many years, which was collated, and increasing urbanization and definitely focus on wildlife is definitely increasing, and this becomes a viable alternative for the sustainable management of the forest. And ecotourism development and economic development of the area are positively related, as our results have indicated, because we understand that the service sector has had a positive impact on the economy. And of course, the sustainability levels also have indicated a sustainable level of extraction that is happening there. The labor-intensive tourism management strategy ensures employment security in the area. And we have also proposed to developing site-specific management strategies, need of the hour, which is going to be very critical. And we also have focused on pro tourism strategy, which leads to sustainable tourism. And the final thing is the community engagement in co-production of ecosystem services. Coming to my last slide, what I want to say in nutshell is that we are all talking about community engagement in co-production of ecosystem services, and again emphasizing on the fact that we have now reached a situation where we are all becoming the co-producers of ecosystem services and not just the mere recipients. We are equally responsible to give back to nature what it had. So we are talking in terms of ecosystem services provided to mankind and in reversal services back to the ecosystem. So sustainable tourism and ecotourism will be successful when we talk in terms of proper management, proper tourism and community-based tourism management in any locality, because without the consciences of the community or the local governance or the local community in the area, no tourism program can be successful. With these words, thank you very much for your attention and giving me this floor to speak my experience before you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anita, for your interesting presentation. I think it was a very important contribution which fits very well to the main topic of our session. So thank you very much once again. And now we can move to the next speaker, to the next presentation. The next speaker will be Dr. Olha Ziptseva. Dr. Ziptseva represents National University of Life and Environmental Sciences of Ukraine in Kiev. And Dr. Ziptseva will be speaking about the role, or the social role of forest in peri-urban zones of small Ukrainian towns in the surroundings of Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. Dr. Ziptseva, you are welcome to start your presentation. Time for you.
Thank you. Our report with Dr. Vasyl Yukhnovsky concerning providing by forests of peri-urban zones of small Ukrainian towns in our capital region. Slide 2, please. Next slide. Thank you. Literature analysis show that cities are one of the main sources of environmental degradation. The urbanism contains the idea of a city of limited size, inscribed in the natural environment. However, the focus is still on green spaces within the city and mainly large cities. Ukraine forests are important because urban forests are important because they provide recreation areas and environmental services, provide many benefits to human health and well-being, the local urban environment and biodiversity. Peri-urban green areas perform a compensatory function and ensure the environmental sustainability of the system city-suburb, perform at the same time regulatory, protective, recreational functions. In many peri-urban areas, forests are declining. Peri-urban or suburban green areas are formed mainly around large cities. Forest landscapes are the most resistant to anthropogenic loads. Next slide, please. Concerning our researched areas, the territory of Ukraine is characterized by an extremely high rate of agricultural development, 70% of the country's territory, which significantly exceed the indicators of European countries. Despite the fact that the forest is the most effective ecological stabilizer, the forest cover on the Ukrainian territory is nearly 15 to 17%. The Kiev region, without Kiev city, occupies 4.7% of the country's area and has population among 4.1% of total Ukrainian population, 68.1% of which live in cities. The population density of the region is 62 inhabitants per square kilometers. Kiev region is one of the most developed industrial and agricultural region of Ukraine. The agricultural lands makes up 58.9%, built up lands 4.9%, forest and forested areas 23%, water surface 6.2% of total area. Recreational lands of Ukraine occupy only 0.2% of the land found, and in Kiev region only 0.1% of the area, and continues to decline. An appropriate strategy for the development and improvement of urban green systems is needed. Next slide, please. About small towns in Kiev region. As in a lot of countries, small towns are the most numerous categories in Ukrainian and make up about 80% of the total number of cities. Small towns are towns with population from 10 to 15,000 inhabitants in the Ukrainian, and has 23.6% of the region's population. Several small towns closest to the capital are characterized by strong positive demographic dynamics. The object of our research is the peri-urban areas among 20 small towns of Kiev regions, the most common category of cities in Ukrainian. Next slide, please. According to the chronicles, a dense forest stretched around Kiev in the 15th century. Now the situation is changed dramatically. The comparison of territories with the help of Google Earth Pro highlights the cardinal difference between the suburbs of European cities and the defenseless territories of Ukrainian small towns, surrounded mainly by arable lands. The purpose of the work is to assess the provision of small towns in the capital region with the peri-urban forests, as well as to develop strategies for the formation of peri-urban green infrastructure of a small town as a basic factor of environmental sustainability of the urban area. The provision of peri-urban areas of small towns by forest was analyzed, taking into account three indicators: urban population, distance to the nearest forests, and town size or area. Next slide, please. 15% of small towns in Kiev region belong to the mixed coniferous deciduous forest Polissa zone. Around of 35% small towns are agrocenosis on the site of oak forest in areas. 25% towns agrocenosis on the site of meadow. 15% towns floodplain vegetation, meadows, swamps, bushes, forests. 10% towns, bogs, 5% agrocenosis on drained grass bogs and swampy meadows, about 5% of towns, forest of oak with other deciduous species, and 5% of towns agrocenosis in place of oak and hornbeam forest. According to various data, the forest cover of the region is 20.4 to 23%. Most of the forests are concentrated in the northern Polisa part of the region, closer to the former Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Forests, as a rule, artificially created by reforestation or afforestation of lands unsuitable for agricultural use. Next slide, please. You see a table with characteristic of small towns of Kiev region. Small towns of Kiev region located at distance of 2 kilometers nearest Vishneva town to 144 kilometers Titiev town. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. The towns mostly surrounded by arable lands, you see. Agricultural fields joined the Yagotin town from the east and south of territory, and the wide bed of the Supply River stretched to the northwest. There are only agricultural fields around the Mironivka town. There are fields around the Uzin town, and there are no forest. There are only fields around the Skvira town, figure 2D. The next slide, please. You see some towns which mostly surrounded by arable lands, such as Pereyaslav, Titiev, Vishneva, Vasilkiv, Kakharlik. Next slide, please. And you see towns located on the banks of the Dnieper River, such as historical towns Vyshgorod, Rzhyshev, and new town Ukrainka. Next slide, please. This you see towns adjacent to forest and arable lands, such as Fastov, Boguslav, Berezань, Tarasha, Abuchev. Next slide, please. And you see towns with closely spaced large forests, such as Bucha, Boyarka, Irpin. Next slide, please. Forests are located only near half of small towns. Larger forests stretch only near Irpin town. However, town is currently being intensively built up by forest territory. There are no forests near the town of Kakharlik, Uzin, and Skvira within a radius of almost 10 kilometers. To identify the nature of the location of towns depending on forest are accordingly the provision of peri-urban areas are potential recreational and protective area according to the Kruglyak method. Indicators were taken into account: size of town population, distance from urban development to the nearest forest, and third, the size of forest and areas. Table 2. Next, please. You see basic indicators of clustering of small towns by the provision of peri-urban zone by forest. 3 indicators. Next slide, please. Cluster analysis of the towns in the 4 clusters show such results. Next slide, please. The first cluster includes 11 or 55% small towns with average indicators. Average population, mostly unevenly distributed small forest, often located on the border with the town. The second cluster includes 2 towns or 10%, with the average population and relatively large forests at the short distance. That towns Vyshgorod, Bucha. The third cluster forms one European town, or 5% of all towns, which characterized by largest population and large forest areas at a small distance. The first cluster includes 6 towns, or 30% of all quality, mostly with a smaller population, low rates of peri-urban landscaping, at largest distance, such as Vishneva, Mironivka, Uzin, Skvira, Titiev, Yagatin. Next slide, please. Unlike European cities, Ukrainian cities are mostly surrounded not by forest, but by agricultural lands. Low forest cover in Ukrainian territories can have a negative impact even on a European scale. Ukraine, despite favorable climatic conditions, is an extremely sparsely forested country. And despite the fact that small towns are traditionally considered at most comfortable urban environment, Ukrainian small towns are mostly completely unprotected from the outside. The peri-urban area is unformed and not enshrined in a law. This affects both the sanitary and hygienic situation and the recreational potential of urban areas. The strategic concept of small town development should introduce the creation of peri-urban forest protection zone with recreational areas, preservation of urban forests, and provide the eco-balanced development of urban areas. Next slide, please. General principles of building of an eco-oriented system of urban landscaping have to include: the priority should be the formation of peri-urban recreational and protective zone with a predominance of forests around small towns of such as Kiev region, which will improve the environmental situation and contribute to the ecological and social sustainability of urban areas. Towns of the first cluster need systematic development of their peri-urban areas. Towns of the second cluster need to form forest parks, first of all, in the peri-urban area for the recreational needs of the population. European town cluster third needs the cessation of those less 10-year deforestation and build in the middle of the forests of multi-story residential complexes. Peri-urban zones of small towns of the fourth cluster, which consist of 31st of small towns of the region, need immediate afforestation. That's all. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zibtseva, for your nice presentation. It is clear that what we call social function of forest is becoming more and more important, and your presentation, you also showed this in your presentation very clearly. So thank you very much once again. Now we can move to the next and last presentation during this session. The presentation will be given by Professor Maria Górska-Zabielska. Professor works at the Institute of Geography of the Jan Kochanowski University in Kielce, in Poland. She is a head of the Department of Geotourism and Environmental Geology. Her scientific interests include glacial geomorphology and geodiversity. Professor will be speaking about geoheritage of forest in so-called Pałuki region located in central Poland. Professor, you are welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. I would like to. Yes, thank you very much for the screen. I will be talking about nature in forests, which is called geoheritage. Could you please tell us the next slide, please? Yes, and could you please show letters, all the inscriptions which is prepared for the screen. So please show all of them. First line, but also the next line. Oh yes, and the last one. My presentation is prepared a different way. Okay, the heritage, geoheritage, is an idea, is a concept of geological history, geological past of a region. Introduced in the literature in 1970s last century. Geoheritage comprises of different geosites. It can be a one geosite, it could be a combination of. The most important is that all of them have a significant value for scientific, educational, cultural importance. Therefore, geoheritage deserves conservation. When we say we think about forms, we think about processes, geological processes, and think about sediments, deposits, which are formed in a special which we can admire in the landscape. Could you please show the next, please? The next slide, please. Yes, and the next one at once. The importance of geological heritage for science and education is, as well as in immanent value of this heritage, motivate protect the geoheritage. The next, please. I try to underline the very important information that geological heritage needs to be protected. Next, please. Next to some lines, please. Geoheritage cover many geological phenomena, as I said before, forms, but also includes erratic boulders. Next, and the next line, please. Geoheritage consists of erratic boulders. These are big fragments of rocks which are longer than 50 centimeters water axis. When we say about erratic boulder, we of course give some size, and here on this slide you see the mathematic formulas calculate this volume and weight. It's not possible to weigh an erratic boulder, therefore we use some mathematic formula. Could you please show us next slide, please? They are traces, of course, the erratic boulders are traces of glacier area, because all of them were transported by ice sheets. Some of them were transported by glacier, mountain glacier. All recorded large erratic boulders in Poland are protected by law, but some of them are unfortunately disappear from meadows, from forests. Lately, we can find them in private estates, in private gardens. On the pictures, you have some erratic boulders in Poland from different parts of Poland. I, of course, show you one region, some of them. They are, all of erratic boulders are monuments of inanimate nature, and as such a form, they are protected by law. Next slide, please. On this map, which is one, you may see all of historical, because it's to 1980s. There are, you may see all of big erratics in against ice sheet and moraines of different ages. Red circles, I underlined the bigger erratic boulders in Poland. Next slide, please. In yellow line, you will see you may Pałuki region, which I will be talking in a minute. Next slide, yes. Is the next slide also. In Sweden, we have some mother regions, some element or sources regions, which were eroded by Scandinavian ice sheet and the material eroded in Sweden, in Scandinavia, in the bottom of both, is now visible, is now noted, is now surveyed, for instance, in Poland, and also, of course, in Germany, in Denmark, Lithuania, Estland, and so on. Next slide, please. There are, next slide, there are, I show you here only 24 erratics, indicator erratics, but there are almost 200 of them. There are, some of them are indicator erratics, which means they come or they came from one specific region, so-called Dalarna, Upland, Småland, Åland, and so on. And there are 80–90% of all erratics come just from Scandinavia, and we from Baltic, for instance, and we can't give the special one place of erosion. Next slide, please. You may now, yes, thank you very much. Erratic boulders are located in situ or ex situ. In situ means they are located now in the original where the glacier or the ice sheet in Poland, of course, ice sheet located 20 or 20,000 years ago. 100, it depends where the glacier, where the erratic is met. They are excursion destination. They are witnesses of glacial epoch, of course. They are protected monuments, inanimate nature according to the Polish law. They may be geosites, and they are, some of are listed in the Polish Central Register of Geosites, and have big potential of a region tourism development. I will try to show or widen this thesis in a few minutes. Next slide, please. Next slide. You will see on the next slide the map of Poland and the region Pałuki. Yes, Pałuki lies in north to the maximum extent of the last ice sheet glaciation, ice sheet limit. It's historical, within historical border of within border of historical Polska. I will show you only 8 of them. The biggest boulder in. Next slide, please. All of them are located in forest. And next slide. And next slide, please. Yes. And now show all of the line, all of on the screen, please. Yes. One and next, right? Thank you very much. Okay. In Oćwieka, you will find the first of them. I will describe now only once now. This table, in the first space, you will find the name of the erratic boulder, then coordinates, then length, width, and height, which I measured in a field. Two next, volume and weight, were calculated according to mathematical formulas. Diameter was calculated, was measurement in the forest, and of course meters above sea level was taken in the field. And description which I will give you looking in the on the next screen, which is some pictures. Could you please show us? Yes, and now please stop for a few minutes. In Oćwieka, you will find a big boulder. This is a migmatite. This is a metamorphic rock. It's unfortunately not indicator erratic, which means we cannot combine with one special place of erosion in Scandinavia. Of course, it is it means that 20,000 years ago, the ice sheet deposited this block here. Place. And since that time, the block is being located in the same place. This is the most important scientific value of this block. It's uncovered next to the flange of the sediment. You see the color of sediments around the block. It's of course protected monument of abiotic nature, which is noted, which is visible by this by this pile located to this block. It's colonized by a lichen, which is visible on the legs and right picture. This is a metamorphic boulder, which you can follow, which you can see by this foliation. Very easy on the right down lower picture. Next, please. On the next screen, you will find next boulder, right, and next one, and all the line. I will try to stress this boulder. It comes from indicator. This is indicator erratic and was eroded in the southern eastern part of Sweden. Next, please, where you'll find pictures of this erratic. It's also, of course, a monument of abiotic nature. This is Småland granite, which observe and find due to textural and structural features of partially dug and stored in the sediments of the substrate, colonized in a mixed forest, and is located in the within the borders of protected landscape of Żnińskie Lakes. Yes, in Żnińskie Lakes, you may see these lakes on the map. Next slide, please. Which you may see on the next slide, you will see mark showing the way towards Stonehouse in Szczepankowo. We are now moving to the block. Could you please show the next slide, please? Just scan the next slide, please. Yes. Right, thank you very much. This boulder is again the erratic, the indicator derived, eroded in Småland, in southern eastern part of Sweden, of today's Sweden. Show us, please, the next slide with pictures. This picture, four pictures, photographs, shows geosite which is perfectly prepared for tourists, geotourists. This you may see a very nice forest path. You may see this label, this information panel with information, with a legend. This boulder is shrouded in a legend. When you see boulder in close up, you will see some traces of exfoliation. By exfoliation, the boulder is also on the right side. You may see some lichen. What else? This is the biggest erratic boulder. This region in Pałuki region. This is, as I said, geosite perfectly pictures, and I wish myself to see some other boulders, some other erratic boulders in Pałuki like this. Show us, please, the next slide. This is the fourth boulder in Lubos. This is again an indicator erratics, but this boulder eroded was excavated, taken, whatever, in Uppland. Near Stockholm. Show us, please, the next slide with pictures, with photos. This is Uppsala granite coming from East Sweden, of course located, colonized with moss. Dimension of the boulder was given only to this part which is visible, which is above ground part. This very easy to access because it's located at the forest path. Some of the boulders in Pałuki are deep in the forest. Okay, next slide, please. We are moving to the fifth boulder, big boulder, also in Lubos, and some lines next. This is unfortunately non-indicator erratic. I can't give you a map of Scandinavia. The boulder is of course located, but show us next screen, please. It's totally hidden in vegetation. Therefore, for touristic purposes, it's very the value for touristic purposes is very low because the ability to the boulder is very low. Look at this woman here, or the lady here. She has a knife just to cut the grass, cut the vegetation to come. Next slide, please. Just one slide. Stop, please. Back. Because the boulder is hidden somewhere in this vegetation on the upper picture. The arrow here, or the yellow arrow here, show us where the boulder is hidden. Fortunately, the boulder is met with some kind of label with some information. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Right, this will be a big boulder again, indicator erratics coming from Småland. And next pictures, please. Show us photographs. Very well eroded, abraided edges, glacial. On the left side, on the big picture, you see from the left side, Polish glacier. Partially excavated, colonized with lichen, of course, protected by as a abiotic monument, protected monument of abiotic nature. Could show us the last but one, the seventh boulder, also in the same forest region. The seventh boulder. Next slide, please. The seventh. Yes, and the next one. Yes, again, a Småland granite from southeastern of Sweden, of today's Scandinavia, and pictures. Photographs, please. Photographs, please, which are on the next slide. Yeah, thank you very much. Stop for a moment. The surface of the boulder is lying on the terrain elevation, so dimensions are given only to the visible boulder. Partially excavated, anchored in sediments. You may see some sediments color going around the boulder. Unfortunately, this boulder is anthropogenically damaged. but nevertheless, it's protected monument of abiotic natures. And the last boulder in this region, in Pałuki region, in northeastern part of Wielkopolska lakeland, in Oleski Boron. Next slide, please. Coming back, this and the descriptions, yes, the line, please. This boulder is again the indicator erratic now from south, from Blackinger. It's a Blackinger granite located in situ. Some photographs, please. With you may see on these pictures, yes, on these pictures, abraded agers, testimonies which proves the glacial transport, of course, colonized with lichens. Very easy to access because it's located at the touristic path, red touristic path. You make anthropogenically destruction, which is anthropression, but nevertheless it's protected by law. Some final conclusions. Could you please show us the next one slide? All prevented erratic boulders were transported by the last Scandinavian ice sheet in Pleistocene between 20 and 15,000 years, which is this glaciation is called Weichselian or Vistulyan glaciation. All of these erratic boulders belong to geographical heritage of the host of the depositional area. They, of course, reconstruct the direction of ice sheet. They have very big indicative importance. Scientific values. Sometimes they have proofs. They are witnesses for culture because they have names. They are shown in legends. They testimony some religious information about the region where are today. Thanks to their dimensions, which is aesthetic value, they still remain in situ. But some of them, unfortunately, are anthropogenically destroyed, as I tried to show you. At least these 8 big boulders in Pałuki are protected monuments of abiotic nature. They could represent a big geotourism potential if they easy accessed. Unfortunately, they are or you may see from different point of view, right? For me, fortunately, they are hidden in a deep forest, and access is not difficult for tourists. They need expert guide because people don't know how to interpret this information which the have with in itself. Next slide, the last one, please. They are geosites according to Reynolds, the of geotourism coming from Switzerland. A geosite is a natural feature that proves the relationship between processes that have formed and shaped the earth. Geosites are very important places. They should be found, of course, surveyed, conserved, protected, because they show the geoheritage and show the geological history of a region. Summing up, these boulders represent high scientific value, but their geotourist potential still remains unsatisfied. Ecotourism, which were also topic of the former lecture, assumption can be implemented here. This kind of sustainable and responsible tourism places particular emphasis of developing tourist activities related to direct contact of tourists with nature and open and damaged areas, which allows them to get to know, admire, and enjoy the beauty potential. Next, last slide, please. And thank you very much for your attention.
Much, Professor, for your interesting speech. I am really impressed by the size and weight of some of the stones you have shown us. It's hard to believe that they were just transported by ice over such long distances. I do believe that they have a big tourist potential if properly exposed. So thank you very much once again for this presentation, for showing us that. So this was already the last presentation in our morning session. I think the all presentation show us that the social functions of forests are a very important issue today, and that we should learn how to use the potential of forest and things which are different resources which are related to forest for tourism and recreation. Unfortunately, we don't have much time left, but maybe there is a possibility to put some short questions to some of our speakers. I provide the voice to my colleague, Dr. Wojciech Kędziora, who will finish the session.
Thank you, Professor. So we have only 2 minutes left. So I think that we have time for one question from the audience. And if there's any, please raise your hand. I will check the... Okay, I see a question from Mr. Yubril Soaga. Can you unmute yourself? Okay, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you. Yeah. My question is on geoheritage. What features will make or will enable tourists appreciate geotourism? What are the features that will enable tourists appreciate geotourism? Because in my country, we refer to... Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
It's
Hello?
difficult to hear your question.
Okay,
Could you please repeat your question once again?
Okay.
Yes.
I'll be patient. I said, what are some of the features that will enable tourists appreciate, to appreciate geo-heritage?
First of all, aesthetic value. Okay. First of all, aesthetic value. The size of the boulder. People are very interested in strange form which they can find in a forest. It's a kind of form covered by trees, and now in a forest they find something special, something unspecial, which their knowledge, according to their experience, should it's something strange. First information: big boulder in a form of a biotic area. The second one is information about glacial history. Some people, some tourists, especially geo-tourists, they are interested in today situation, but also they are interested in geological patterns. And if they see such a big boulder, they want to know what was the process which brought this boulder to this region. What can we from the boulder? What processes are recorded on outside of the boulder, of the morphology of the boulder, and what processes are recorded inside the boulder.
Okay.
People are also very, people also admire legends, some history, fairy tales connected with the boulders, right? People also use boulders as a fundament for metal tables to commemorate, to honor some special places, some special battles, some special persons. Therefore, a stone has got for ages very big importance to hang because of its big validity and resistance to weathering processes. I can't hear.
It's okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. I think that we have to finish the discussion part to have some break. So if you have any more questions to our authors of the presentations, please email them to the conference inbox or to the authors themselves. Now there's a slight break, and we will see you all at 11:30. Bye. It is a pleasure to welcome you after the short break. We have Professor Dagny Krause-Gryz with us in this next session. And most of the time, foresters think about the forest as a source of timber and a place to produce wood. Even if they shift their optics, they move towards non-wood products or protective forest functions. However, all of us know that there are more dimensions of forests. And I would like to invite you to this session entitled Cultural Dimensions of Forest Use and Conservation of Natural Heritage. And this time it's a presentation that will be held by Paula Trzaskawka from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poland. And the author not only does research about comparative linguistics, but is also interested in music. And today we will listen to an unusual approach for using forests. Paula, the floor is yours.
It's a pleasure to be here. Unfortunately online, but it's nice to be here. And also I'm going to present a completely different perspective. As it was presented at the very beginning, I am a linguist, but I'm not going to show any linguistic approach today. Today I'm going to show you the perspective of musician, because also I am a musician, a professional musician who plays in an orchestra. And I would like to show you how music and forest intertwine together, and how intertwined and also still is intertwining. And that's what I want to show you today. Could you please click to the next slide? So what's my aim? My aim is to show you that forests happened to be the best music stage during the COVID-19 pandemic. It appears that almost through 1 year we didn't play. Musicians didn't have the opportunity to play anywhere. Everything was closed, so we couldn't perform on stage. But it appeared that there were many other places that musicians could gather together. And also it happens to be that it could be a forest. But what I want to stress is it is not something new. It appeared that in years before COVID pandemic, there were other events happening in the forest, which were of course agreed by state forests, and people could play there, and people could gather there, and also people, I mean the audience, could watch and hear what is happening during the event. But also I would like to show you the changes in the music branch. As you may notice, because of COVID, many things changed. And especially there were big changes in music branch. For example, many of my colleagues, because I'm working at the university and I teach English, and I'm a legal translator, let's say. But when it comes to music, music is my hobby. I graduated from Music Academy, of course, but it's not like I'm playing on a daily basis. Like every day I'm going to opera or Philharmony to play there. But I'm playing the big concerts, like big events. I'm going on tour, for example, the autumn to winter tour and so on. But it's not every day. It's like, for example, once a week or two times a week. And it appears that most of my colleagues had to change the profession because it was impossible for them to have this walk of life longer without any perks, let's say, so without any money. It was impossible for them. So that wasn't a very nice thing that happened. I was in a completely different position because I have a different also another one, let's say, another one branch that I can live from it. And also I would like to show the situation of state forests during pandemic. What was happening, what was the legal issues, what was decreed during pandemic, because also there was some temporary bans that we couldn't even walk into the forest, and I want to show you why and whether it was legally correct or not. Okay, next one, please. So the plan of my presentation is let's say it's going to be combined into 3 parts. It will consist of 3 parts. The first one, I will cover legal aspects and special permission from, it should be state forest, that's the terminological mistake, sorry about that, to perform concerts in forests. The second one will cover examples of different happenings, events, concerts. So this is going to be the longest part of the presentation, where I will show you this particular event that happened during COVID pandemic in forests, and also aesthetic value of such events, which may lead to classifying them as cultural heritage in the history of both music and forests. You will see one of the concerts that I'm going to show you is very exceptional. You can even watch it online. And you can even see that it's going to be in the history of not only music but also forests. Okay, could you please pass to the next slide? Okay, my research material. You can see in the picture, you can see, yeah, one more, I think. One more click. Okay, good. You can see in the picture the concert by our very well-known Polish artist, singer Justyna Steczkowska, probably one of the best female voices in Poland. In the picture, we can see also 2 harps on the left and on the right side of the picture. On the right side, it's my colleague sitting. I'm not going to show you only what is written in the press. I'm going to show you what my colleague said about the concert. And that was the special event. This one is in the forest. You can see the picture that is in the forest, and I will tell you more about it in a minute. And then we have Williams Things, a Soul Not of Wood concert in Spychowo. Then the very well-known jazz festival. This is a very well-known jazz festival all around the world. People are coming there every year. So it's not something that happened only during COVID pandemic, but it happened to start in 1996 and is still going on every year. Exhibition and concert in a forest near Toruń. So it appears that because people couldn't meet in closed spaces, so even exhibitions, so photography exhibitions couldn't happen in closed spaces, so they made exhibitions in a forest together with music. And After Blues in a forest near Gryfino. So you can see these are only 5 examples that happened during this year that we couldn't play on stage. But there were many others that I couldn't mention here because of the time limit. Okay, the next slide, please. As I stressed before COVID, also it appeared that we had some concerts in the forest, so it's not a new phenomenon that happened. For example, in 2016, there was a concert in the forest recorded by foresters. It wasn't interrupted by them at all. There was a double bass player in a forest, probably from a foreign country, because foresters noticed a car with foreign plates. You can even hear what is he playing because they recorded it, and there is a link. And also this presentation is quite long, and I'm going to only cover some of the points. So if someone is interested, then I may distribute it, or organizers may distribute it, this presentation to all of you. And the other one was the Ecological Family Picnic and Concert Jazz in a Forest in 2014. So you can see that even before COVID, such events appeared in Poland. Okay, the next one, please. Okay, before I start discussing this particular event, I would have to say something about research method, but I'm not going to tell you really a lot about a research method because it's empirical observation. I'm a musician and I talk with my colleagues and we were talking about the whole situation, what was happening there. So it's an empirical observation and conversations with my colleagues who are also musicians. Okay, the next one, please. So to start with, COVID and musicians. So the outbreak of COVID-19 in 2020 caused many difficulties in organizing cultural events all around the world. Most of the events, including concerts, were cancelled or transferred online. However, as it is written here in the slide, online gatherings between musicians to create music turned out to be extremely difficult due to many technical issues. And you can notice them even when it comes to online teaching. In the picture, you can see a very well-known director, Adam Sztaba, a Polish artist. He gathered, let's say, all of orchestra musicians during the COVID pandemic and asked them to record something, and then he made a compilation of all the recordings and made a whole piece of it. So that was something that was the first movement, let's say, for Polish musicians who were sitting at home doing, let's say, nothing, only exercising and practicing because they couldn't play, because there were no solutions, and there were months after they could play, for example, online concerts. So that was the first, let's say, movement that moved people to play together, but online. In the meantime, the new pandemic reality made people think of new solutions. That was the one. And this is how the new ideas to perform on site emerged. And Forest seems to be the best choice for many artists. Not only it was safer for musicians to play there, but thanks to new opportunities, artists have created new quality and aesthetic value for hard times. Okay, the next one, please. And now I have to show you this combination, let's say, of music and forests, and what was the situation of forests in Poland, because Polish people know about it. We have different and strange limitations, let's say, during COVID. And one of these limitations was a temporary ban that we couldn't enter even the forest between the 3rd and 11th April. It was introduced by State Forests after the recommendation of the Government Crisis Management Team, governed by the Prime Minister. And as it is quoted, we ask you to take these bans seriously for the sake of all of us. Unserious treatment of the ban means 500 zloty fine from the Forest Guard or the National Park Guard, even 5 to 30k Polish zloty if a request for punishment is sent to the sanitary inspection, and the sanitary inspection will agree to it. It was actually an illegal ban, but why it was issued? State Forests claimed that the ban was issued pursuant to the article on special solutions related to prevention, counteracting and combating COVID-19, and in accordance with paragraph 17 of the regulation of the Council of Ministers of 31st March 2020 on the establishment of certain restrictions, orders and prohibitions in connection with the occurrence of the state of epidemic. And as you can see, the next slide, please. From this period, from the 1st April to 11th April, it shall be prohibited to use green areas such as parks, green areas, promenadas, boulevards, botanical, zoological, Jordan and historic gardens, as well as beaches. And it was unconstitutional ban, actually, but not all the forest areas agreed to it. As you can see, people were eager to go there just to walk, just to enter the forest and to relax. And people couldn't agree to these. And on the right side of the slide, you can see some recommendations by State Forest that you could go there and how you should behave there. And on the next slide, please, I will show you that Article 26 of the Polish Forest Act, which tells us when exactly State Forest can introduce such a ban and why it was unconstitutional and because why it was incorrect. So the forest inspector introduces a periodic ban on access to the forest owned by the state treasurer if there has been destruction or significant damage to tree stands or degradation of undergrowth, there is a high fire risk, and economic operations related to breeding, forest protection, or timber harvesting are carried out. So nothing of these happened in forests at that time. So that's why it was unconstitutional and let's say illegal to ban and to close forests during pandemic. Okay, next one, please. I would say most, let's say, about Forest Concert, because that's the biggest and the nicest event, I would say, that happened during COVID pandemic. What is this concert about? As Justyna Steczkowska said, it is a story about love, the beauty of forests, living in harmony with the universe and the magic of nature. It is about the importance of the interdependence between man and nature, and above all, the harmony between these two worlds. You can watch this concert, just write the YouTube Justyna Steczkowska Koncert z Lasu, or Forest Concert, and you can watch it. The premiere was in the middle of November, and please, the next slide. And actually, the recording happened at the end of September 22. There were 2 recordings, one during the day and second during the night, but the one that you can watch is during the day. It should be clarified that the singer turned to and received the permission of the forest inspector to play the concert, along with with an indication of the place and conditions that the recording crew had to meet in order for the project to take place without harming the forest and nature. And the organizers followed the agreed rules. Of course, there are some things that you can read in the press and some things that you can learn from your colleagues. Mostly all of the rules were according to the rules agreed upon those 2 parties. What's more, Justyna Steczkowska paid State Forest around 90k zlotys to perform there, so it was for the benefit of the forest, and nothing serious happened, so no harm to the forest happened during these events. Okay, I see that my time is running, so I will just cover some other events. Please, next slide. So that's the second one. Williams thinks a song Not All of Wood concert in forest in Spychowo. It was the concert of music inspired by the poetry of Thoreau. There was a trio of 2 people playing the bass clarinet, vocal, and the piano, and it happened also in the forest, Polana Gawra, Spychowo. Okay, next one, please. This is a very well-known event, as I told you at the very beginning of the presentation, Jazz in the Forest. It's happening every year. The starting date was 1996, when the first event happened, and each year jazzmen all around the world are meeting there to play together jam sessions and jazz. Okay, next one, please. And because here is about the history of this festival, I'm not going to go into any details, so please pass to the next one. Next slide, please. Here we have what actual jazz players were during these festivals. So Art Farmer, for example, Nigel Kennedy. You can read about it more if you are interested in it. Okay, next one, please. One more, okay. One more thing, which is very important about cultural heritage, let's say. The festival was awarded the title of Pearl of Kashubia in 2002 in the category of the most important cultural event of the year. And after 12 years, in February 2014, the same organizers received the highest degree of the Super Pearl of Kashubia award for many years of implementation of an attractive cultural event promoting the region at home and abroad. Okay, next one, please. Okay, one more. Next one. This is about this exhibition I told you about at the very beginning, that even photographies were displayed in the forest. Together with the music, there was one violinist playing during the exhibition, which also happened in the forest. So the art, sensitivity, and nature experience all together in one place. Okay, next one, please. After Blues, that's the last one that I wanted to talk about. The concert played by two people, Leszek Piłat and Waldemar Baranowski, in Dendrological Garden in Glinna. And that was the event free of charge, happened in 12th May. Okay, next one. And this is a concert I was talking about, which happened in 2016, so before COVID, by a bass double player playing in the forest, in the middle of the forest. Next one, please. Yes, this is about it. Next one. That's the event, Jazz in Forest. Also, I was talking about it at the very beginning of the presentation. Okay, and the last one, I suppose. Yes, results. So it appears that Forest is and was a stage for musicians, and of course it was a safe place, and it still is a safe place to play when we think about COVID pandemic. Forest as a way of expressing musically and aesthetically. We couldn't play on stage. We've just came back on stage this August. So after more than a year, the last concert, let's say, before COVID pandemic, we played the 1st March 2020, and the 10th, everything was closed. And the concert was, I mean, with the 23,000 people audience. And now also people are coming, but not so many. There were less concerts on stage. There were some happening, but they were recorded and played online. More concerts happened in the forest. All year of online concerts. Artistic branch was in a crisis. Some people had to change their walk of life, so the new way of living had to change into something new. Less people were eager to go on concerts after pandemic, also because of these restrictions. All of that happens at the same time. The social attitudes change and needs hierarchy, because, you know, mostly we are thinking about what to eat, what to wear, but not what to listen. So that's at the end of our needs, let's say, of the chain of our needs. So that's why this is not so important. Okay, and that's it. Thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for prolonging for some minute or something.
Okay. Thank you for such an interesting presentation. I think that the way I will look at the forest from now on has changed. But now we have to proceed to the second presentation. It will be led by Yubril Soaga from the Federal University of Agriculture in Abeokuta, Nigeria. The authors are running environmental research in southwest Nigeria, and today will tell us more about gender issues and forest resources in their country. Jabril, the floor is yours.
Yes, on my slides, I cannot. Okay, I'll be talking on gender or sustainable management of forest resources in Odeda local government area of Ogun State, Nigeria. Next slide, please. When we talk of gender, we know we are talking of men and women, and we are looking at the combination of men and women in sustainable management of forest resources. So they both work together to ensure sustainable management. So that's why we are looking at it as a gender issue in the management of forest resources. Next slide. Now, when we talk of the gender issue, the most important aspect is the sustainable management of forest resources, and which is, we have 3 components added together here. We have the economic aspect, we have the social aspect, and we have the environment. The social aspect is the gender. The economic aspect will be the livelihood activities, and the environment will represent the resources. So we have a link. We have social with economic in terms of livelihood, and we have social with the environment in terms of the resources, and we have the livelihood in with the environment in terms of livelihood activities on the environment. Next slide, please. Now, looking at it globally, the role of gender categories in forest resources management is important in the maintenance of environmental quality. So we look at men and women having different productive and reproductive roles with regards to forest management. They play different roles in planting, protecting, or caring for seedlings and small trees, as well as in planting and maintaining homestead woodlots and plantations on public lands. The reason why we are looking at it this way is because they are not homogeneous. Men and women are not homogeneous. So definitely there is a division of labor. We expect that there will definitely be division of labor based on non-homogeneous nature of the two. So the collection of forest products to meet subsistence requirements and the augmentation of families' income is generally the responsibility of women. Women are more knowledgeable about trees and shrubs than men because women devote more time to collecting forest produce to meet family needs. So about 1/3 of poor women are directly involved in forestry or forestry-related works in the unorganized sector. Women spend a major part of their time walking long distances daily to collect fuel wood, fodder, and non-timber forest products from the forest. Women are concerned more with biodiversity conservation as well as multiple products from the forest. Next slide, please. Now, when you look at this scenario here, we have men in particular, they are interested in commercial forestry. You can see the position of man and the tools used in forestry. So when you talk of a man in particular, he's only interested in exploiting the major product of the forest, which is the construction item, that's the structural material of the forest known as timber. So women therefore remain at the forefront in conservation movement. They are not like men that are so much interested in commercial forestry. So sustainable forest management seeks to decrease forest degradation and deforestation. So it also contributes to poverty reduction and other socioeconomic benefits, for example, through fostering sustainable production practices and improved access to forest value chains and markets. Next slide, please. Now, what are the objectives of the study? To describe the socio-economic characteristics and the poverty status of the respondents, to identify the gender roles in the sustainable management of forest resources, and to also identify the factors motivating the respondents in forest protection and conservation. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now, the study was carried out in a local government. This is the map of Nigeria to the far right, right? Then a state in Nigeria, which is Ogun State, and a local government within that state. That is the location where the study was carried out, and that is where the university is located. So we have figure 2 showing Nigeria, the state, and the local government with all the coordinates, the population, the climate information in terms of rainfall pattern and the temperature. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now the methodology. Sampling method, multi-stage sampling procedure was used for the study with a 3-stage design. We have stage 1. The area was divided into 3 based on existing zones within that area. So we have stage 2, the selection of locations, that is the villages within the area. And the third one is the respondents were selected randomly at the last stage. So we use a predetermined, for the sampling size and data collection, we use a predetermined sampling frame of 180 respondents. So both primary and secondary data were used for the study. Next slide, please. Now for the data analysis, we have both descriptive and inferential statistics. For the descriptive statistics, The descriptive statistics were used to summarize the data, just to summarize the information of the respondents, while the inferential statistics was used to make categorical statements, especially regression analysis. And we also have the Gini index of the Tobeck index, as expressed here, to show whether the respondents are poor or not so poor. Next slide, please. Now, when you look at the socioeconomic characteristics here, these are the people involved in the forest, both male and female. That is men and women that are involved in the forest. Now, the average age of the people here shows 40 years, and the gender shows female domination in terms of 52.8%. And their level of education, as at that time, was their primary education, which is 58.3%. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now we have, okay, we can go ahead. We have a minor occupation and major occupation. The major occupation is what they normally do regularly. Then the minor occupation is what they do at a subsistence level, maybe when they come back from their various major activities. So we have the income from major activities. We also have income from minor activities. Some have minor activities, some do not have. Next slide, please. Now, we look at the positive perception towards sustainable management of forest resources. What are some of the variables? We look at some of the variables that actually contributed to positive perception. For example, we have the first one here is it provides livelihood and income. Because a lot of them, they depend on the forest and they also generate income. So it's a major factor that actually promotes sustainable management. Then it increases people's participation in local development. When you have the forest in an area, there is always that participation in terms of taking joint decision. That is in the local environment. How is the forest going to contribute to the welfare of the people? So it's a joint decision making. Then it prevents people from migrating. Why? Because they have livelihood activities. They generate income and employment. Their income and employment is from the forest. So they don't really need to migrate. And don't forget that they are mostly married people, more stable in the environment, in that location. So it prevents a migration. It improves environmental education in terms of you need to protect the forest in order to protect yourself. So they used to tell themselves that one. When you look at the inferences here, all the inferences for the variables show they all agreed to the first one. The second one, that's prevention of migration, they all agreed to it. Environmental education, they agreed. Improve gender equity. They also agreed that the forest promotes gender equity in terms of, like I said, we have division of labor for both men and women within the forest. Then next slide. Next slide, please. Now we look at the poverty line, incidence and in terms of depth and severity. Here we look at the people in totality. Now we have about 4 locations here. We have Odeda, Iweje, Olodo, and Alaba. These are different locations within the local government where the study was carried out. So we look at the poverty line. This is in line with the income level of the country and the environment and the location where the study was carried out. But if we are to compare this income level with the World Bank, the whole population would be considered as being poor. But here we look at the income level based on what operates within the country. So the poverty line here shows that some of them are poor. In the different locations, we have Odeda, Iweje, Olodo, and Alabata. So the total, which is the pooled, shows 8,705, which in essence shows that about 29 respondents, that's 16.1% of the people, of those people that participated, were actually poor. they were regarded as being poor. Then we'll also look at, when you talk of the poverty incidence, we are trying to look at the problem. That is what is the percentage of people that are actually below and above the poverty line. But when you look at it, that is showing that is underpooled column. We have a 16.1% has been poor. Under the poverty depth, that is the gap. The gap in terms of what is the minimum amount required for a person to reach the poverty line. So we discovered that it's not also so much, about 0.23. That means 23% of this amount of the poverty line. So when you look at the poverty depth, which is the gap, so an individual will require 23% of this amount in the first line underpooled to reach the poverty line. That's 23%. Then when you look at the poverty severity, we try to look at how poor these people are. Are they really poor, and that's why they are exploiting the forest? Or are they just preserving, or are they just conserving the forest for posterity, right? So we look at when you look at the poverty severity is 0.05, which means it's very far from 1. And that shows that these people, in line with the income level of that location, they are not so poor. Next slide, please. Now, we now look at some of the items and the products they take from the forest. Now, the species shows some of the plant species they exploit or they cultivate. Then, when you get to column 5, from column 5, column 6, 7, parts of plant used, the collector, the frequency of mention, and the uses. So we try to do a little bit of analysis there, and we discovered that we have more female exploiting some of these species, about 17. We have a total of 27 species identified. When you go to the next slide, you'll see what I'm talking about. We have a total of 27 species identified, and we have female exploiting 17 species. Out of it, that represents 63% of the total species, of the total plant species exploited by women. And only 10 species, representing 37%, were exploited by men. But despite the high percentage of the total trees exploited by women in terms of 63%, the effect of women exploitation on the forest is very minimal. But when you now consider the 10 species, that is 37% of men, they wreak havoc on the forest because men remove the structural material of the forest. They remove the timber completely. But women will go there and remove just some items, like fruits, medicinal plants, firewood, fodder, and snacks. Those are some of the things, some of the items women extract from the forest. But men, because they are involved in commercial forestry, they remove the timber completely, leaving the forest with degradation and deforestation. Next slide, please. Now, is it a continuation? Next slide, next slide. Yes, this is still a continuation of the analysis that I've just done. Some of these, when you look at it, we have male, female, male, female. That is the area where you have a male dominating in exploitation and female dominating in exploitation. Next slide. So we look at the distribution of gender participation in forest resources utilization. Here we look at, when you look at resources utilization, the uses, the utilization and the percentage, we have for food, male, we have 27, female 59. When you look at the percentage, we have female is 32%. In terms of medicine, that is medical plants, we also have female dominating with 22. Then and also, but when it comes to furniture, which is timber, only men were identified in that place, representing that's about 40. And these people in this location, once they remove the timber, some of these non-timber products will be removed completely. The women will be deprived of their rights and opportunities to exploit the forest. So you can see that raffia, mats, and baskets, we have more female. Dye, we have female. Fodder, or palm oil production, spices, fuel wood, and the rest. Next slide, please. They are mostly for women. Next slide. What are the factors motivating respondents towards conservation? We look at it that some of them are, yes, they said the village. Well, what we discovered is that the more the village is away from the urban centers, then the more the people rely on the forest. So here we look at the village. We discovered that the village is a major factor promoting or motivating the respondents to conserve the forest. Well, they don't have alternative livelihood activities, so they are forest-dependent communities. So if the village is far away from urban centers, then it means they need to conserve the forest in order to protect their livelihoods. So we also look at sex is also important, and these variables are significant at 1%, because this is regression analysis showing that the village is significant at 1%. Sex is also significant at 1%. Then some of them that are native of that community also, using that factor as the fact that they are from that place, also have, this is 10% significant level. Then the tribe, is either you are from that location or outside, is also at a 10% significant level. Next slide, please. Now, in conclusion, the study revealed the influence of gender with female domination in sustainable management of forest resources in rural livelihood, with emphasis on exploitation of non-timber forest products. Women were involved in fuel wood gathering, fruits collection, herbs and medicine, fodder, basket weaving, tie and dye, and also cultivation of arable crops such as cassava for marketing and other subsistence needs. The utilization of these resources has minimal havoc on the forest, thereby ensuring sustainability in resources exploitation. Male, on the other hand, had a greater influence on forest resources, especially timber, thereby causing degradation of the resources, with emphasis on exploitation of construction materials from the forest, thus serving as source of livelihood. Well, it's very clear. Then the land tenure is a major problem. Land tenure forms major setback for female in terms of land ownership. The land ownership only favored the men in the community, and very few of the women possess the land only by right. They only make use of the land by hire. So that is because of the nature of inheritance that we have in my area. Female, well, let me say, women generally, they are at a disadvantage in terms of the land tenure. Next slide, which is the recommendation. Well, from this study, it is recommended that government should increase women participation in forestry decision-making. That's decision-making bodies, which will improve forest sustainability. Then women should be given more opportunities to raise their voices, not under a situation where they are suppressed completely. Then there should be legal reforms that will guarantee women's right to land and the establishment of women's inheritance. If women are given more land, well, I don't think the men will be able to go inside and just take timber. The women will be harvesting their resources on a sustainable system. Then there should be a change in social norms and beliefs of communities towards gender inequalities. In most cases, in my own area, you find men dictating or trying to tell or to show the direction to women on what to do, especially when it comes to decision making. So there should be a kind of reform in the social norms and beliefs of the community for to maintain to reduce gender inequality between man and woman. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It was an interesting perspective, both socially and economically and geographically as well. Now we are going to the next presentation, led by Svetlana Bilous from the Education and Research Institute of the National University of Life and Environmental Sciences of Ukraine. Svetlana works in a biotechnological laboratory looking at trees from the inside, and today she will put some light on ancient trees. Svetlana, the floor is yours.
You are muted.
Oh, hello everyone, one more. Nice to hear you and nice to see you. Everyone, hope you all hear me. Yeah, it's okay?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
I can hear you. We can hear you now.
Okay, and the topic of my speech, conversation of ancient trees by micropropagation methods. Today in Ukraine and many countries all over the world, one of the questions is how to protect and preserve ancient trees as centuries-old historical monuments of nature. The development of biotechnological methods can solve the problem of maintaining the unique gene pool of woody plants, study the ecosystem role and development of ornamental horticulture. Next slide, please. There are many national treasures in Ukraine, one of which is the historical centuries-old trees, the symbols of natural heritage of the country. Changing for a long time in stressful environments, these organisms provide a unique opportunity to study the evolutionary process of the past and present. In addition of the extremely important ecological function, many historic centuries-old trees also have a significant socioeconomic and cultural significance. All these are an enormous potential for the study of valuable centuries cultural heritage, both locally and internationally. According to the data of the enumeration of territories and objects of the Natural Reserve Funds of national and local significance, more than 600 centuries-old historically valuable and unique trees have been allocated in Ukraine. Such trees and groups of trees, as a rule, have the status of botanical natural monuments. Almost it's near 70% of the total number of valuable centuries-old trees and their groups are represented by common oak mostly. The distribution of centuries-old trees over the territory of Ukraine is not uniform. Most of the centuries-old trees grow within the city of Kyiv. It's near 100 trees. They make up almost 17% of the total number of centuries-old trees in Ukraine. And only in Kyiv, about 80 centuries-old and valuable ordinary oak trees grow. Next slide, please. Centuries-old trees are essential to provide a range of ecosystem services, of which recreation and biodiversity are the most important. The data on the ecosystem of the role of centuries-old trees are very limited and do not allow to form a full-fledged idea of the ecological value of such representative of the flora. An inventory of centuries-old oak trees on the territory of Nulis with a definition of the tax indicators were conducted by our colleagues from our university. Also researched centuries-old oak trees, Quercus robur, on the territory of our university. The survey of the territory was taken to the site 69 trees of oaks. And the indicators obtained during the inventory are given in the tables and diagrams. The distribution of centuries-old oak trees by height was carried out. Most trees have a diameters more than 1 meter, and the average girth of the trunk is 3.84 meters. Next slide, please. Also, it was found that 33 trees showed signs of life of animal, birds, and insects. With the help of the geographic information system Google Earth, a map of century-old trees on the territory of our university has been created. Next slide, please. And now we go to another stage. It's micropropagation, and as the source of explant, Asian trees from nature condition were used. Such trees you can see is oak of this. Mostly these trees have their special names. Oak of Shevchenko in Kiev, it's over 600 years. Oak of Petrov, Zalizniak, Rilsky, and etc. All these trees have an age from 400 till 1,000 years. The most popular is in Ukraine is Yuzefinsky oak, oak or Maxim Zalizniak in Chernigov region, and few linden tree in Kiev and in Chernigov region. Please, next slide. Branch tips from oak branches, Quercus robur, all trees were taken in January, February, and March, April at 2016, 2018, and used for awakening in the thermostat in lab condition. You can see what become with buds in thermostat. Next slide, please. To sterilize the plant material, were used different solutions such as mercury, silver, Chlorax in different concentration and time exposed. The explant were cultivated according to the generally accepted method in biotechnology. Despite of this, there were difficulties in sterilizing microshoot with cracks. Recess often shoot could be injured from the inside. You clearly can see it on the photo after cutting. We saw that inside should have I don't know, some disease or another. So, and it's disadvantages. Please, next slide. As a result of study of the influence of exo and endomicrobiota on the peculiarities of obtaining aseptic explant, it was found that the most effective antifungal effect has the solution H2O2, probably it was the talk about this slide. According to the anatomical study of the tissue of shoot of perennial trees, it's established that structurally and functionally the tissue of perennial trees have a typical anatomical structure with well-developed conducting system with distinguished early and lateral xylem zone. Recurrent cambial activity detected at the end of the growing season in the xylem of annual shoots of perennial trees deserve special attention in terms of functional and development of adaptive recreation of plants with unique genotypes. Next slide, please. Okay, it's about I was said it. The next slide, please. Okay, the optimal explant for introduction to the culture in vitro were as winter shoots and awakened shoot they had been getting from different shoot. Here we can observe aseptic valuable culture from it. Next slide, please. And the most effective is sterilization for oak. its solution of alcohol, then we put in solution of mercury and washed 3 times in sterile distilled water through 5 minutes. In such a way, for woody shoot, it was 50% of aseptic culture, and for artificial awakened shoot, it were 60%. And for Tilia cordata, we use a little bit another solution, also alcohol, then silver solution, and then put in H2O2 for 10 minutes and just only wash 5 minutes one time. In such a way, we also got not bad result for such kind of expanse. Next slide, please. To increase the morphogenetic capacity of explant and to regulate the process of morphogenesis, nutrient media supplement with cytokinins at the first stage. And then, next slide, please. We put another kind of hormones every 5 days for 2 weeks of culture in vitro. The nodal explants were transferred to the fresh VPM medium, also with adding supplemented with cytokinins and complex of antioxidants. It's very important. So please, at the first stage, also I should add something. All explants were characterized by oxidation of plant tissue because of phenolic activity. In spring-summer period, the quantity of hormones which put in the media equalized near 0.2, so less quantity, but in autumn and winter period, the necessity of supplements of cytokinin become more important, and we should put more. And also we add auxin. It was naphthylacetic acid in concentrated 0.1 milligrams per liter. Next slide, please. According to all staff, we noted some main ways to optimize the morphogenic of Centris altris in culture in vitro. And it's keeping explant in a solution of ascorbic acid. It's change fresh nutrient medium every 2-3 days, but it's only for oak. It's very important to use antioxidants and combine several plant growth regulators of the same type of action, and alternation of the latter with auxin. So next slide, please. In the autumn period, a significant decrease in the regenerative ability of microshoot were observed on all studies medium, on all variants, which was demonstrated by a decrease in the monthly average amount of growth and the number of internodes formed. In the winter period, yellowing and individual leaves was noted with the subsequent fall, while the best of the microshoot become dark pigmentation. In such a way, antioxidants and frequent subculturing for fresh nutrient were used to stabilize the growth of microshoots. And the next slide, please. The protection and conservation of valuable genotypes of Centris altris is closely related to genetic and breeding work. Evolutionary change and genetic diversity are biologically important indicators and affect the adaptive capacity of plants, the ability to inhabit new areas, adapt to environmental conditions to form new population and species structures. Development of measures for the conservation of plant biodiversity and the consolidation of economically valuable traits in population is priority. And we start do a little work with genetic analysis, and the material for the research were for the start were 7 samples of perennial oak and 6 samples of Tilia cordata. Of course, it was the most popular Asian tree. And the next slide, please. As a result of electrophoresis separate of PCA products, amplicons of the expected size were obtained for samples of common oak and small and Tilia cordata. It was determined that the marker SSRQR ZAG11 and was characterized by the lowest number of alleles among the study samples of common oak. According to these markers for alleles were defined, and for another markers SSRQRZ and G 65 with the largest number of alleles. It was 8. Next slide, please. According to the result of the analysis of small-leaved linder, samples by SSR markers, it was determined that among the study samples of small of Tilia cordata with one marker TC5, 3 alleles were identified in the samples of tree Petromogila linden tree. And the next slide, please. As a result of DNA analysis, it was determined that there is no correlation between the study samples of common oak and small-leaved linder and their geographical location. Next slide, please. Next, please. I should say for previous and to last slide, due to the small number of samples and the low level of polymorphic of some markers used to determine a reliable correlation and obtain a complete characteristic not only of individual samples but also population of perennial trees. It's necessary to continue research involving more markers and samples in the next researches. Next slide, please. Thank you for your attention. If you have a question, please ask me.
Okay. Thank you for your interesting presentation. I think it was a unique opportunity to have a look at how we can grow already ancient trees. Now we have to proceed to the next presentation. It will be led by Piotr Zaniewski from Warsaw University of Life Sciences in Poland. Piotr is a botanist that deals with ranges of different forest types, and today we will listen to new research on pine forest. Piotr, we listen to your presentation.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. My name is Piotr Zaniewski, and I would like to present the results of the research on Cladonia Scotch pine forest. It's not only the natural heritage, but due to its dependency on human, it's also kind of cultural heritage. I'd like to show a bit about it. And next slide, please. This lichen-rich community was described in central Poland at the beginning of last century, and more precisely from Warsaw neighborhood. And it occurs in Central Europe, but nowadays the large decline of the habitat type is being observed. And due to it becomes protected as a Natura 2000 habitat type, and the reason of is the presence of many valuable lichen species, especially threatened and protected species. And due to its dependency on the human-related disturbance, its heritage of our forests, similarly like some other forest habitat types. And the problem of the protection is that we still don't have much knowledge about this, and the area we can make some research is vanishing very quickly, but they're still present in Równina Kurpiowska area in central, north-central Poland. Next slide, please. So what we know about Cladonia Scotch pine forest. From the very beginning, the works by Juraszek or Kobenza indicated some clear cuts, wildfires, and other disturbance. Later on, it was shown that they can origin through secondary succession, even on abandoned fields. The other characteristics like stand characteristics, low forest canopy closure, were also pointed that help to develop and to develop Cladonia Scotch pine forest. Also low pollution, and this is especially nitrogen oxides, and its durability is quite short. Yes, about 40 years, and but in the maybe not most lichen abundant form, it can reach sometimes to 100 years. So that's why during the last century, the Cladonia Scotch pine forests were thought to be natural, at least partially. Next slide, please. Puszcza Zielona Kurpiowska is a large forest complex with a presence of many well-preserved patches of Cladonia Scotch pine forest. That's why it was chosen for the research site. On the picture on the left, you can see Cladonia stellaris. It's known as the best indicator of well-developed forms of Cladonia pinetum. And the aim of the study was to characterize the conditions, soil, stand conditions, and some disturbance on the occurrence of Cladonia Scotch pine forest. And next slide, please. So the field works. I've chosen 19 sites where Cladonia Scotch pine forests were present, and within these 19 areas, I prepared 100 samples from both Cladonia Scotch pine forest, but also other similar pine forest habitats. And the fieldworks were conducted in 2016. So the vegetation sampling was relevant, but also the percentage cover of main functional groups of herb layer. So there were bryophytes, dwarf shrubs, ferns, graminoids, herbs, and lichens. Soils were also sampled from 5 randomly selected sites per each plot, and some samples were collected from the small pits and averaged. This was both for organic horizon separately and for topsoil, surface soil horizon also. And there were organic horizon thickness was measured at 5 random sites and then averaged. Also at the this circular area, all of the trees were counted. The basal area was measured, and top height also, and the tree cover was estimated with canopy scope. Next slide, please. So this is the location of sampling sites. I try to spread them in order to obtain better interpretable results. Next slide, please. And here are some pictures of the surveyed vegetation types. Top left is proper Cladonia Scotch pine forest. Top right is like the vanishing stage. Still we can see some lichen cover, but moss are encroaching. The down left is already without lichens, and down right is with dwarf shrubs. Here especially Vaccinium vitis. Next slide, please. Some laboratory works were conducted. All of the soil samples were homogenized very carefully. Then some conductivity, pH, organic matter content were measured, and some other things were measured by external laboratory. Next slide, please. So I had to prepare some data, the results. So I calculated base saturation, rate C to N, calculated site index of Scotch pine on based on the measured trees, relative density S, relative density RDI, and on the basement of topographic maps series, I checked the forest continuity within the sample sites, and the statistics in Kanoko 5. The same with response curves and Pearson correlations prepared in PAST4 software. Next slide, please. So here is the results of RDA analysis redundancy. And you can see on the left simple term effects and the contribution to the vegetation, especially organic layer thickness. It's 57%. Yes, it's a very high contribution. The second is a local top height, but it's on the 15th position because in the conditional term effects it was not relevant. So the site index was also important, and from the most interesting things, local relative density, forest continuity. So that maybe next slide, please. Thank you very much. So here it is the picture of the relationship between cover of main components of the forest undergrowth and the significant environmental variables. And as you can see, is left, right, bryophytes and lichens. This is the most here important covers in this main gradients. And as you can see, the organic layer thickness is a very important variable here. So it's a thicker thickness of organic layer on the soil, then less lichens and more bryophytes. Dwarf shrubs also can benefit, and the graminoids, but a bit less. And next, oh, thank you. Oh, was something wrong with slides? No. And here, when you can see generalized additive model, and this is organic layer thickness. If it's very low, it promotes, it's connected to a very high lichen cover. And if it's getting more thick, then bryophytes especially, and then dwarf shrubs and also forbs can overtake the community. And as you can see, these curves are statistically significant. Next slide, please. And here the second variable the site index, and you can see very similar relationship, and it's also statistically, sorry. So it's significant. So the highest cover of lichens are connected to the lower site index. Next slide, please. And here you can see the lichen cover together with this both. As you can see, the site index doesn't have to be non-linear because the test didn't agree with this. But at least partly you can see that they both can contribute to the higher content, higher cover of lichens. Next slide, please. And when we see the correlation table between the environmental variables studied, we can see that organic layer thickness is partly correlated with stand age, and this is a positive correlation. Also with canopy cover and top height, site index. So these are or densities. These can enhance litter fall and make the stand less appropriate for lichens. There are some more correlation, like with a stand age and top height is. It's obvious, yes, that the older trees are higher, yes, but they all of them show some contributions to this organic layer thickness increase. Here, I didn't place, sadly, some disturbance connected to soil. It's quite hard. I had not enough time, but I can say that some correlation between deforestation and soil disturbance is also visible, yes, as a positive to higher lichen cover. What's interesting to me here, I didn't see the very strict relations between densities. Yes, I interpret it as the density of stand doesn't have to necessarily lower cover of lichens. Next slide, please. So summary of the results is that here important environmental variables were especially organic layer thickness. And this is quite a strong result. It was mentioned many times before, but here I took some stand parameters and some soil parameters, and it stayed relevant. So we can consider it as a really main factor influencing this species group composition. And other significant variables were lower site index, lower base saturation of organic layer, lower organic matter content, lower forest continuity, so the presence of deforestation disturbance. The same is with the soil disturbance and base saturation in topsoil layer. So additional correlation have been seen, and they need to be studied more deeply. And the conclusion is that stand thinning can contribute here, but rather due to decrease the litter fall than the sun, probably. And I think that litter removal seems to be the best method of Cladonia pinetum conservation. It was mentioned sometimes that this was the traditional way of such pine forest management, and probably it contributed to the presence of Cladonia Scotch pine forest in Central European lowlands. So thank you. Next slide, please. This is some literature. Next slide, please. Thank you.
We have to look more at the forest floor in the future, and we need to get back and proceed to next presentation that will be held by Maxim Matsala from National University of Life and Environmental Sciences of Ukraine. Maxim has just defended his PhD thesis. Congrats, Maxim. And today we will have a good occasion to hear about natural landscapes in a very disturbed place. Maxim, the floor is yours.
So, hello everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present our findings today. It's a big honor to be present, especially for people common with nuclear disaster happened 35 years ago, and currently it's transforming and modifying towards natural landscapes, which I believe will have certain natural importance and once become a natural heritage in such regard. Next slide, please. A bit about myself. So recently defended my thesis on forest cover dynamics in Chernobyl exclusion zone, and a range of my interests is natural forest dynamics, disturbances, usage of remote sensing data to reflect that, applying that to study how spatial structure and heterogeneity changes under the forest cover dynamics under natural and human disturbances. Of course, ecosystem services, carbon stocks, deadwood patterns are interconnected and important in this regard, affected by natural dynamics of forest. And if we talk on the Chernobyl exclusion zone, we should mention how radioactive contamination impacts it. And all work was conducted under supervision of Professor Andrei Belouz, who leads our projects in terms of natural forest dynamics, ecosystem services assessment, and different aspects of carbon provisioning by forests. Next slide, please. Well, on this map you can see Chernobyl exclusion zone. It's roughly 30-kilometer zone around the nuclear power plant. And for all these years, human access was limited with prohibition with all of almost economic activities, including agriculture. So local farmlands are abandoned since 1986. But anyway, several things, sanitation, infrastructure, loggings, except maybe final fellings are ongoingly conducted here. On the other hand, it should be mentioned that impact of radioactive contamination is rather negligible. It doesn't impact really either growth or development of local forests, with only several visible effects on the morphology of Scots pine trees and the chains of understory presence, which is quite dampened a bit in higher contaminated areas. Of course, if we talk on the current radiological situation, not mentioning the forest died near the power plant in the first year after disaster because of extremely high deposition of radionuclides on the crown surfaces. So the most of areas managed by natural reserve, except the internal 10-kilometer zone, which is characterized by the higher rates of contamination. And on the map you can see that yellow areas are hotspots of contamination, and the central part is the most contaminated in that regard. And several plans out there to rehabilitate, to reopen the most part of Chernobyl exclusion zone in the following decades for settling, as the local forests are having quite valuable merchantable wood, and all of these things are in focus of officials, of local authorities and the government, and it's under question what the nearest future for this unique object will be. Next slide, please. Well, we reflect in our regard, reflecting land cover and forest cover dynamics using satellite data. And here you can see predicted land cover for the year 1986 using Landsat data smoothed with temporal segmentation algorithm and predicted with a random forest model. And also forest class was validated using 1988 forest mask obtained from historical images, and we achieved 90% of accuracy for class forest. And on the graph you also can notice the dynamics for the all year starting from 1986, and just noticing how dense forest color cover was continuously enlarging through all of these years. Next slide, please. And just for comparison, you can notice the differences in land cover between the previous slide and this map representing the 2020 year. So almost 60% of forest cover, or 1.5 time increase during the 34 years within the Chernobyl exclusion zone. It's despite the catastrophic wildfires happened in the last decade. Maybe you remembered in last year in spring there was an extremely large wildfire in Chernobyl exclusion zone, and the signs of that you can notice on this map colored by black, and it matches quite well with the global forest cover products, for instance this global forest change data set. But anyway, because of natural succession on the abandoned farmlands occurring of such new natural forests, net forest cover is gaining in Chernobyl exclusion zone despite the catastrophic wildfires and all the human and natural disturbances. Next slide, please. Well, so this map represents some hotspots of net forest cover, either gain or loss. In this regard, these hexagons are colored to that way that yellow hexagons represent the largest net forest cover gain. And typically all these hexagons refer to the abandoned farmlands or all the open landscapes which were afforested without human intervention, human presence, any human impact. The most dark hexagons here are represented net forest cover loss, and were resulted mainly because of wildfires happened 5 years ago and 1 year ago. Next slide, please. So just to compare it and consider that sometimes in publications we can meet some data, some information that like a third part of Chernobyl forests were burned last year. And we can compare the map from the previous slide, it's here on the right, with the black colored burned areas, with the delta of normalized burn ratio. It's common spectral indicator of biomass loss or gain for specific areas. And we mapped only large, only significant portions of such delta on the left map, and you can see that it matches pretty well with our predicted land cover class Burnett. That it means that we shouldn't realistically consider such overestimated areas in publications and media when it's talking about the impact of wildfires on radioactively contaminated forests in Chernobyl exclusion zone, when it's talking that a lot of forests were burned, and any people can suggest that it was because and resulted not only in burning but also in total tree mortality and kills of such trees. But anyway, the reality is quite different, and not only even a third part of the Chernobyl exclusion zone, but substantially smaller area was severely damaged, and resulting in conversion of dense forest cover to the burned areas with sparse live vegetation and some remnants in form of deadwood. Next slide, please. And of course, it not only changing into some loss of biomass, of carbon stock, of biodiversity, it also changes the landscape diversity of such areas. Of course, we cannot talk only on the negative impacts, but also it could relate to the positive impact, and positive impacts on landscape diversity results in opening on new habitats for the species of wildlife, so it can result even in some future prolonged but positive feedbacks for the biodiversity. For instance, on this map, on this slide, we present Shannon Diversity Index of landscapes calculated for the areas affected by wildfires, and in the up you can see that in the top you can see that several areas were burned in 2015 and resulted in the next few years in a mosaic of woodland, forest patches with open burned areas. But in 2020 it burned again, and some hotspots of black color occur here, and it can be related that such areas were totally burned again, and with instead of a complex mosaic of different patches of different land cover, in that places we have now only totally burned landscape, which of course decreases landscape diversity there. But in the bottom you can notice that, for instance, it was a landscape of dense forest cover, not burned previously, but it was burned in 2020, and of course it's not only damaging a lot of forest, but creating a quite complex new landscape, heterogeneous in terms of variety of land cover classes. Next slide, please. So what we can figure out about future management? Typically, a lot of discussions on the how to faster return the vast proportion of area of Chernobyl exclusion zone to the usual management, to the and also returning settlers to their villages and to the town Chernobyl, that is outside the 10-kilometer zone around nuclear power plant and town Pripyat. But anyway, only recommendations that can be are to keep it untouched. Anyway, the most area of Chernobyl exclusion zone was replanted by Scots pine monocultures. Those forests are even aged, are not resilient, they are not really complex, but they become complex because of all these natural dynamics processes, and not catastrophic disturbances like these wildfires happened in recent years They all are positively impacting the structure, biodiversity, and the carbon stocks will be renewed in the next years. But of course, some silvicultural treatments like full treatments should be conducted to decrease these full stocks, and because catastrophic wildfires are quite dangerous, not because of radionuclide redisposition, because not significant amounts of radionuclides are released during the wildfires, but because of this threat to the surrounding settlements and to the employees of Pripyat facilities. And of course, we can use and should use remote sensing products to monitor the next situations in the next following years. In such way, we can foster open air lab and continue setting aside this Chernobyl exclusion zone as a natural reserve with scientific research main purpose, and just having a very nice site to observe how under climate and all the global changes such landscapes are modifying and changing. Next slide, please. And then as the last slide, you can see that we build some web application with interactive web maps and a story how we made all this study and what we are suggesting to proceed further. So you can use your smartphone to scan this QR code or just use this small web link to access it. That is, thank you for attention. That's all.
Okay, thank you for a great presentation. We had the opportunity to look at Chernobyl exclusion zone from a different perspective, but now we have to proceed to the next presentation, last but not least, made by a team of authors representing institutions from Poznań and Warsaw, Michał Pawleta, Rafał Zapłata, and Kalina Juszczyk, and authors combined their archaeological, historical, and GIS skills to put some light on other than wood forest production. Please, Michael, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Is it okay with my voice?
Yes, of course.
Yes, everything is okay.
Yes. So, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to apologize for the absence of Kalina Juszczyk, the co-author of our paper. She's ill and was not able to participate in the presentation today, so sorry for that. And the other issue is that our presentation was first foreseen in the session that was devoted to tourism, but due to some duties at work, I was unable to participate, and we asked organizers to shift into another session. So thank you for your flexibility and really appreciate that. So I'll be presenting the paper that was devoted to the dissemination and exposure of cultural resources in forests, challenges and good practices, and I will be speaking on behalf of Rafał Zapłata and Kalina Juszczyk. Next slide, please. And the main objective of our presentation is to discuss the ways of making cultural and natural heritage assets in forest areas public, and to present challenges and good practices in this regard. And the main topic will be illustrated by examples and actions related to the state forest initiatives. Next, we will analyze the phenomenon of tourism in forest areas and present analyses and observations illustrated with selected examples. Next slide, please. Our arguments will be based on the experiences we gained while conducting numerous research projects in forest areas in a cooperation between Forest Research Institute, the Heritage Foundation from Warsaw, Kardynal Stefan Wyszyński University in Warsaw, and Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. They will also include inventory works that have been carried out in recent years at the request of the General Directorate of State Forest. The above-mentioned projects were conducted in the forest areas of the Mazovian, Subcarpathian, Podlaskian, and West Pomeranian provinces. Next slide, please. And let me say a few words about the State Forest, National Forest Holding, that is an organization that has been protecting, using and shaping forests in Poland for 95 years. And it's the largest organization in the European Union managing forests owned by the state treasury. The state forests are self-financing, so they are not charged to the state budget. And it is also quite important that the forest, Poland's forest cover over 9 million hectares, and the forest cover of the country amounts to almost 30%, and it is still growing. So the mission of the State Forests National Forest Holding is to manage the common national good that are forests in a way that guarantees their durability, protection, and extension of natural resources, taking into account the expectations of society as well as the need to support the economic development of the country. Next slide, please. So let me now turn to silvatourism, that is, according to Danielewicz, a tourism in forest areas, that is activities of people who in their free time and for at least one day stay in a forest environment outside their usual surrounding. And we can also discern a silva recreation, on the other hand, that is a recreation in forest areas, for example, like all kinds of activities carried out in a leisure time during a stay in a forest environment without accommodation. So please, next slide. Principles under which forests are made to be accessible are regulated by the Act of 28 September 1991 on forests. And in Article 26, there are provisions concerning permanent and temporary bans on entering forest, as shown on the presented slide. Like we have some permanent prescriptions and some articles that are devoted to the right of introducing and some temporary bans on entry into forests. So next slide, please. Other limitations with regard to access forest areas results from the presence of forms of nature protection listed in the Act of April 2004 on nature protection, and there are 9 out of 10 above mentioned forms of nature protection in forest areas like national parks, natural reserves, landscape parks, protected landscape area, Natura 2000 areas, natural monuments, documentation signs, and so on and so on. And for example, in nature reserves, access is determined by the relevant General Directorate for Environment Protection, which in its decisions indicates the places like roads and paths where one can move. And the ban on entry under the Act of Nature Protection also applies to protection zones established around species of protected plants and animals. Next slide, please. It should be noted that the state forests are becoming more and more frequent destination for tourists, and foresters try to meet their needs. And tourist shelters, tables, and benches are prepared in the most attractive places. Special places are designed where it is possible to light a bonfire or prepare a meal on the grill. And the state forest also provides accommodation for tourists. They have 4,500 places in recreation and training centers like guest rooms and hunting lodges. Foresters have prepared viewing platforms and terraces for nature lovers. Special platforms make it possible to reach inaccessible, usually waterlogged part of forest, and the number of such objects is still growing. And the state forest also has numerous hiking trails and educational paths, as well as network of bicycle trails. Next slide, please. It is also worth to mention the State Overnight in the Forest program that has been operating since 2020, under which the state forest has designed special forest areas with a total area of more than 60,000 hectares, where bushcraft and survival enthusiasts can practice their hobby without fear of violating the Act on Forests. Next slide, please. On the areas managed by the State Forest National Forest Holding, there are many cultural heritage objects, including historical greenery, memorial sites like cemeteries, graves, monuments, often created as initiatives of local communities. Among them, there are historical monuments. Like 6 sites of these kinds are located on the area of forest, cultural parks, sites listed in the Register of Historic Monuments, and sites inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. So we have 2 sites, and the best known is the Białowieża National Park. In accordance with Article 5 of the Act of 23 July 2003 on the protection and care of historical monuments, the State Forest National Forest Holding, as the administrator of a monument, is obliged to take care of it, which involves in particular ensuring the following conditions, like scientific research and documentation of the monument, carrying out conservation, restoration and construction works on the monument, protection and maintenance of the monument and its surroundings in the best possible condition, using it in a way that ensures permanent preservation of its value, as well as the popularization and dissemination of knowledge about the monument and its importance for history and culture. Next slide, please. And moving to the next issue, it has been stressed that identification of cultural assets is a quite important issue, and now I will present you some good practices and initiatives in this regard. Next slide, please. The State Forest National Forest Holding is a manager of historical monuments, tries to protect and properly secure them and influence their good condition through rational forest management. And this kind of activities includes also all initiatives which support preserving and making many historical objects public. And this is an example of the Forest Center in Gołchów. I'm not going to talk about it as it is going to be a part of the visual tour after the session. So you are welcome to see it. So next slide, please. In turn, in 2019, the National Heritage Board of Poland awarded the Suwałki Forest District for its involvement in the restoration of the cultural site of Suwałki. And this was connected with the event entitled Following the Trail of Manors and Palaces of Suwalszczyzna, and it was prepared for the celebration of the European Heritage Days. The event was organized by the local government of Podlaskie Voivodeship and Suwałki Powiat, and the Forest Inspectorate joined the event by cleaning up the area around the foundations of the manor house that once belonged to the Rekosz family in Sudawskie and in Wiżajny, thus exposing the remains of this historical place. Next slide, please. Another very important example of the state forest care for the preservation of cultural heritage area is the repair, construction and conservation work that were undertaken on the famous burial chapel of the von Fahrenheit family, the so-called pyramid in Rapa, carried out in 2018 on the behalf of Nadleśnictwo Czerwony Dwór, and these works were preceded by comprehensive archaeological and architectural research conducted in 2015. Next slide, please. The state forests are trying to preserve the history written in Polish forests on cemeteries, graves, monuments, and other places of national memory through the revitalization of these objects and commemoration of the people and events associated with them. In Bieszczady forests, there are more than 50 cemeteries from the period of both world wars, a dozen or so cemeteries of the victims of epidemics, or Lemko cemeteries and dozens of individual graves. And these are burial places often hidden in the forest, far from bustling roads, and every year before All Saints' Day, they are cleaned up by the foresters and the local community. And so All Souls' Day is organized in these places. Next slide, please. In the context of making the forest cultural heritage public as well as education. In this regard, we have to mention also the Forest Archaeological Education Point in Bobolice and the Bobolice Forestry Commission that was established thanks to the joint action of the Bobolice Forest District, the Ecological and Cultural Association Bobolice, and the Institute of Prehistory of Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. And it was a part of a research project that we conducted there. And this site is located in close proximity to a cluster of several barrows. The education point consists of a tourist shelter with a table and benches, a bike rack and a trash can. And by the roadside, there's a big educational board with general information about the prehistory of the site, about its origin and importance and the geological structure of the area. And the location of this point is not accidental because it is located by the road, being a fragment of the Pomeranian tourist route, Green Whale Necklace of the North. Next slide, please. And let me turn now to more general issues we can identify that are connected with tourist traffic that intensifies in many situations, causing a real threat to natural and cultural heritage assets. And a solution here can be a sustainable tourism that we understood here as a phenomenon in which activities undertaken by tourists do not cause losses or changes in the natural environment that are difficult to reverse, and at some time bring benefits to the tourists themselves, to communicate living in the places and areas they visit, as well as to people and institutions providing tourist services. Next slide, please. And in this respect, it is possible to indicate some conventional and unconventional solutions which can help to control and reduce the negative impact on tourism, and that can be conducted in accordance with the sustainable tourism principle. And they include the marking of archaeological sites and archaeological monuments that are located in forests, creation of archaeological reserves, development of detailed information materials on selected archaeological sites on the region, like archaeological guides or folders. Also, internet and social media solution here, marking of sites with QR codes, for instance, mobile application, augmented reality, and educational and recreational offer like nature and archaeology paths or nature and culture routes. Next slide, please. And you can see here also some archaeological objects of the Białowieża forest on the background of protected areas and tourist road in the Białowieża forest. Next slide, please. And to conclude, having in mind the issue of making cultural and natural heritage assets public in the forest, some elements has to be taken into consideration, namely that activities which should protect cultural resources, assuming among others their preservation for future generations, as well as activities which exploit the resources, like including cultural resources in the forms of objects and areas made available to tourists in such a way as not to lead to their destruction. Another element is channeling of tourist traffic that we consider as one of the elements preventing mass and uncontrolled tourism, especially in relation to economic forests accessible to the general public, and also the idea of the forest as an open museum and all activities that are making towards the sustainable tourism. Next slide, please. It can be related to the proposal for a new look at the role of culture in development, and you can see here the shift from the triangle to the square of sustainable development that includes not only three elements like economy, social inclusion, and natural and nature, but also culture. So the culture is also important element in this sustainable development. And next slide, please. And finally, such an attitude is also present among archaeologists, for example, in collection of rules of conduct and ethical standards for archaeologists in Poland. It is said that archaeologists should undertake activities consisting in informing the public both about the results of specific research undertaking and the general objectives and methods of acquiring knowledge about prehistory through use of various available means of information, such as radio and television, popular scientific publications, school programs, and other educational initiatives. So we can see that, and we understand all these touristic initiatives that can be employed in this regard as well. So we can see here that to conclude, I would like to say that we can see here that presenting cultural heritage and also presenting natural heritage assets and making them public can be seen as a joint initiatives conducted together with foresters and archaeologists. So thank you very much for your attention. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you for the interesting presentation. And because we are short with time, without further ado, I'll pass the voice to Dagny.
So unfortunately, we don't have time for the discussion, we can't have questions to these very, very interesting presentations, but we have another very nice point in this conference. So I'm going to introduce you to a very, very magical place, which is the Forest Culture Center in Gołuchów. And this is actually the co-organizers of this conference and the partner of this conference. And we are taking you, all of you, now virtually, but maybe in the future we can visit you can visit this place during your holiday or maybe another conference. So we are taking you to Wielkopolskie Voivodeship, which is in western part of Poland. And there we will have a virtual walk in the Forest Culture Center in Gołuchów, which is a palace, a beautiful palace and garden complex with an arboretum, which is one of the biggest and the oldest ones, with a beautiful park, an old park. And the Museum of Forestry have numerous very interesting exhibitions, some of them showing the history of forestry and some of them pointing to the role of forestry in the culture and art. The place is very popular with tourists, with Polish and foreign visitors who come there for educational and recreational purposes. So I'm sure you'll be happy to see this virtual tour. So let's just go for it.
Gołuchów. Heritage lost, regained and protected. From time immemorial, human settlements existed on this stretch of land in the valley of the Trzemna River, which is now known as Ciemna. A clearing surrounded by trees features the oldest traces of human presence. Nearby there are more modern results of human activity: vineyards and pineapples which grow in greenhouses and a road lined with linden trees. "500 meters away you can find artifacts such as vases from 2,500 years ago, not buried in the ground but in showcases in a castle which is a branch of the National Museum in Poznań. A bit further on, in buildings that in the past served as farm and residential buildings, you can find the Forestry Museum. Its collection documents the multi-generational heritage of local foresters. A 30-minute walk away is a place where the European bison, which was spurred from the verge of extinction, live, along with the Polish horse breed known as the konik, descendant of the wild horse, the tarpan. These were brought here from the former landed estate of the Zamoyski family. All that can be found in an area of no more than 2 square kilometers, in a historic park and its vicinity, on the edge of a village with a population of 2,000, on a road leading from the town of Kalisz to the city of Poznań. You can drive by in less than a minute, oblivious of all the wonders which hide among the lush greenery. Let's stay here for a bit. When 130 years ago, the idea of a forestry museum was born among members of the Galicia Forest Society, an English park was being laid out in the village of Gołuchów. The then owner of the estate, Izabela Działyńska-Czartoryska, founded a private museum in the castle featuring an art collection. Her dream was to bring in visitors eager to admire historical artifacts and those with a keen interest in nature. What's this place like more than a century later? The castle. We owe the castle's present shape to Princess Izabela of the Czartoryski family and Jan Działyński, who at the end of the 19th century rebuilt it in the French Renaissance style, while at the same time preserving the heritage of the Leszczyński family, the founders of the castle. The building is a historical treasure. In front of it stands an imposing linden tree some 300 years younger than the castle itself. Since 1951, the castle has been the property of the National Museum in Poznań, which takes care of it as one of its branches. Inspired by the past, its owners collected art objects and unique historical artifacts. They opened the museum to the public. In the historic interiors, you can admire Italian and French fireplaces, tapestries, paintings, pieces of sculpture, antique furniture, as well as ancient pottery brought here from Europe and the Middle East. The collection of ancient vases, which in the year 1939 numbered 259, was considered one of the most valuable in Europe. During World War II, the castle was robbed by the invaders and the collection was dispersed. Some of the art pieces returned to Gołuchów, so now visitors can get a feel of what it was like to tour the museum back in the 19th century. Among those who visited Gołuchów in the late 1900s were some noble guests, including Prince Radziwiłł, who lived in his Antonian residence. Adam Kubaszewski, the park's founder, gardener and designer, wrote about it in his diaries. Forestry Center.
W
In 1921, members of the Forestry Society in Jarocin came here. Could one of them be the great-grandfather of someone who today cares for the preservation of the forest heritage, carries on the tradition, develops the museum collection and gives talks about it? Apart from the castle, the Gołuchów residential complex is home to the Forestry Center, a unit of the State Forests National Holding. The complex includes 14 buildings and 4 outhouses, which have been restored with great care by Polish foresters. The largest of the buildings houses the museum, where you can find out about the past and present day of Polish forests. Forestry Museum. The 10,000 collected exhibits illustrate historical events. They show the way forests were managed in the past and the way the principle of sustainability is implemented in today's practice. Some of the exhibits are displayed indoors, others can be found outdoors. Still others are kept in storage, waiting for their time to go on show, both in Gołuchów and in other places in Poland. The main outbuilding, whose construction was completed in 1853, once served as a distillery. It was later converted for residential purposes, and now it houses 2 exhibitions: the cultural role of the forest and the history of forestry in Poland. Nineteenth and 20th century paintings, graphics, pieces of sculpture and other artworks are on display in restored interiors. The exhibition features works by sculptor Bronisław Chromy, who is famous for the figure of the Wawel Castle Dragon in Kraków, painter Leon Wyczółkowski, who is known for his fine graphics, and another recognized painter, Julian Fałat. Also on show are carved antlers, sculpted bracket fungi and inlaid wooden panels. All the works were inspired by nature. You can also learn about the history of Polish forestry with a wealth of archived documents, photos and foresters' uniforms. In the Sylvan, one of the oldest forestry journals in the world, we can read about the condition of forests at the time. Forest cover 100 years later is shown on a map drafted for a world exhibition in New York by Eliasz Kanarek and his team. The ways the abundance of forest plants and wildlife served mankind in past centuries are presented in chronological order. You can find out all about tar and potash, and you can watch a beekeeper climbing a tall pine tree. Beekeeping. Beekeeping as part of humanity's intangible heritage included on the UNESCO World Heritage List is featured in the exhibition, including a display of tree hollows and logs taken from trees where bees used to be kept and educational workshops run by a beekeeper. Shall we look for an old honeypot among the castle's ancient vessels? The abundance of Polish forests and their protection nowadays are documented by multimedia exhibitions held in the former coach house. The building was erected in 1854 on the initiative of Count Jan Działyński. For years it served as a horse stable and a garage. Following renovation work, which was carried out at the end of the last century, it now hosts nature exhibitions showing the structure of the forest and the protection of animals, plants and fungi in Poland. Here we focus on restitution programs of endangered species and the history of the mighty European bison. Dioramas of the European oak hornbeam and boreal spruce forest show the life of the forest. They attract the attention of children and adults. For bookworms and those into herbariums, we recommend a collection of old and new albums featuring dried shoots, leaves, fruit, flowers, pieces of wood and tree bark coming from Polish forests. In the former sheepfold, measuring instruments, tools and machines used in forestry machinery have been gathered. They illustrate the stages of the forester's work: seed cultivation, tree planting, maintenance and protection. Here visitors learn about the sustainable sourcing of wood and how the various instruments were once used to measure and study the forest. There's something for everyone in an exhibition area of over 1,000 square meters. Pieces of 500-year-old timber from the Kraków Barbican, the lightest type of wood coming from the balsa tree, displays of old forest techniques and lots more. Exhibitions are also mounted at the center in a reconstructed cottage, a forester's lodge which features an office kitted out in the style of the 1950s and an exhibition devoted to beekeeping. Nearby, there's another 19th century building, originally a stable, which now houses an exhibition entitled Forest Protection. The exhibition is devoted to biotic threats, that means those caused by fungi or insects, abiotic ones, that is caused by wind and other natural factors, and anthropogenic ones caused by humans. We regularly organize topical exhibitions here, presenting the work of contemporary artists or museum collections which have never before gone on show. And apart from indoor exhibitions, we also organize outdoor exhibitions. Park Arboretum. To meet the king of the forest, the European bison, face to face, it is enough to take a 30-minute walk to the nearby forest. Walking down the paths in the park, such as this one lined with imposing linden trees, which were planted here in 1856, you can admire the dendrological collection of trees brought from various corners of the world over the past 150 years. The park covers an area of some 160 hectares. It stretches along a 3-kilometer section of the Ciemna River. Its southern part is an arboretum, while the northern part is a forest habitat. About 500 species and varieties of trees and shrubs grow here. The park is a natural highlight of the Chemna River Valley protected area of outstanding natural beauty. Since 1965, the area has been on the Regional Register of Natural Sanctuaries. Izabela and Jan Jawiński founded the park in the late 19th century as an English landscape garden. The person who particularly contributed to its creation was chief gardener Adam Kubaszewski, who worked here for over 50 years. He left behind numerous notes which help us recreate the original look of the gardens. Over 200 trees have reached monumental size, and the three most valuable ones have been named Izabela, Jan and Adam after the founders of the place. Here, visitors enjoy walking down 26 kilometers of paths, as well as numerous resting places. Scenic paths lead to ponds, other beauty spots, herbal and flower gardens, vast meadows and clusters of trees which provide shade. Animal Farm. On the west side of the park lies an animal farm where you can see the European bison, Polish Konik horses, fallow deer and wild boar. The reserve was set up in 1977. The wild animals can be watched in natural surroundings from elevated viewing platforms. For those interested, there are information boards which play an educational role. Special attention is paid to the lowland bison. The first female bison came from the Białowieże and Pszczyna reserves. Over 100 bison have been born here. The center takes an active part in the protection of the European bison and works together with research and breeding centers. The Forestry Center in Gołuchów is a place where history, culture and nature are combined to offer unique educational and sightseeing experiences. You can organize one-day family stays, short and extended school trips, and take part in festivals and other events devoted to forestry and hunting traditions. The Jawiński and Czartoryski families and generations of foresters all shared the same aspirations to preserve the ancestors' heritage for posterity. Here, this heritage includes the landscape, the museum, the archive and the library. They all have stories to tell.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we have the last part of the conference, the closing session, which is the poster session. And in this poster, we are going to have 11 poster presentations. Each video poster is supported by the commentary, which will help us to understand the message better. So if there are any questions, please address them directly to the presenters, to the authors of the poster via an email, or you may also use our email, our conference email, and we will put the messages forward. And after the poster session, we will just have the closing ceremony. So now we are going to have this 45 minutes poster session, and we will meet afterward just for a few minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Linas Daubaras. I am from Lithuania, and I would like to present the poster which is called Development of Forest Recreation Potential in the National Park of Curonian Spit. So we prepared this poster together with my colleague Vaida Vaitkutė-Eidintienė from Kaunas Forestry and Environmental Engineering University of Applied Sciences. So first of all, what is the Curonian Spit? So this is a narrow peninsula in the eastern part of the Baltic Sea, separating it from the Curonian Lagoon, the largest freshwater body in Europe. And the problem about recreation here is that only 4% of the total territory of the national park, these are urbanized areas, and 75% of the surface is covered with forest. So forest recreation becomes management, protection, and forest recreation becomes the most important task here. Well, speaking about the aim of the work, so we wanted to analyze the use of forest recreation potential and to forecast maybe some perspectives how it could be used in the future. So Curonian Spit is actually an outstanding example of a landscape of forest and sand dunes that is under constant threat from natural forces, wind and tide, and human influence. Well, you know, Curonian Peninsula and the forests of it, they were begun to use for the forest recreation in the end of 19th century, when it was a German territory. And it became really very popular for the holiday makers, which we could call perhaps now like the representatives of the slow tourism, because until the end of the Second World War, it was not a place of mass tourism. It was possible to relax in peace, enjoy nature and its health benefits, getting to know local people, their lives, traditions, ethnoculture, food, and at the same time supporting them financially by staying here. But after the Second World War, there were two trends, well, you know, in the Curonian Spit, like massive afforestation of new bare areas and building of holiday homes for the various institutions of Lithuania. And it caused some problems because more and more people were coming as holiday makers to the Curonian Spit, and we wanted to analyze that. So the key question in this poster is how much forest recreation is enough, but not too much for the Curonian Spit National Park. There is a lot of information in this poster, so I hope when you analyze, when you look at it, and when you read it, it will be maybe quite interesting for you, and we'll be waiting for the questions. Thank you for your attention, and good luck.
Hello, my name is Asta Dovtartė, and I am from Kaunas Forestry and Environmental Engineering University of Applying Science from Lithuania. So I will talk a little bit about forest and society welfare. Forest is one of the most significant world ecosystem. Lithuanian forests occupy more than 34% of the territory. Forests provide wood and not wood products, as well as serve different social ecological purposes, namely recreational, absorption of carbon dioxide, biodiversity, water and soil protection, and etc. The benefit of forest is expressed by various indicators such as a share within gross domestic product, income, volume of forest cutting, area of protected forest, protection of biodiversity, number of individuals taking rest in forest, and etc. What the problem is? So the global problem is that at present the impact of forest on society's welfare is not determined. There is no dedicated research and methodology. The aim is to design an assessment model and assess the impact of Lithuania forest on the Society Welfare Index. There are some processes, and this assessment model is based on multi-criteria methods. In the slide, you can see the components of assessment process. So the first one is to collect the criteria and indicators. After that, it should be comparison of society, welfare, and forest indicators. The third step is importance of criteria and indicators, and the last one step is assessment of impact of forest on society's welfare. These indicators were chosen by expert evaluation. They were interviewed, and we want to find out which is the significant criteria and indicators. It was the group of specialists who work in the area on forestry and in environmental. The expert assessed each indicator within 10 score scale. Also, there they assessed the importance of Lithuanian private forestry by dividing the benefit provided into 3 parts: economical, ecological, and social. And you can see in the slide these results. As you can see, that social benefit is very important, and it's more than 30%. So after this assessment, I can say that the impact of forest on country economical is not very strong, and it is 3–4%. Social significance of forest is not impressive also. It's only 2–3%. But talking about ecological significance, it's very huge, and it's more than 70%. So what can I say on the conclusion? Lithuania's forest policy is developed and implemented disregarding its impact of social welfare. There are no methodologies of impact assessment. The assessment on forest impact on society welfare is supposed to be based on the system on comparable indicators concerning forest and society welfare, identification of the values, as well as evaluation of indicators' significance. So thank you for your attention.
Good morning. I want to present a poster prepared together with Emilia Janeczko on accessibility of natural heritage sites for people with disabilities, selected examples. So far, 23 national parks have been established in Poland, occupying only 1% of the country's territory, but they are the most important element of the natural heritage protection system. Polish national parks are very diverse. Many forests based as almost 62% of their area is covered by forest. The exception is the Ujście National Park, where forests cover 1% of the park's area, and the Narwiański National Park, with 3% forest cover. 9 parks are located in mountains and 2 on the Sea Baltic. The main task of the park is, of course, protect nature. However, managers of these parks have to undertake many tasks to make this area accessible to the public, so that everyone can see and understand their true value. Therefore, it is recommended to follow the principles of universal design when making the areas of national parks available to the public. Special solutions in line with these principles provide that they will in principle meet the needs of all users and will not require special solution. And we have example from Poleski National Park. In this first photo, there is a footbridge over the peat bog with side protection. The width of the footbridge allows for the people on wheelchairs, and the side protection prevents the wheelchairs from falling out of the footbridge. The second photo shows the ramp to the viewpoint with height safety barriers. The bottom photo shows one of the educational boards on which the Braille alphabet was used and Fox typographics. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, I would like to present the results of our research, perspectives of berries and medicinal plant picking in modern forests. And the main understory plants in Lithuanian forests used for food and pharmaceutical industry are Vaccinium cranberry, Rubusideus raspberry, Lingonberry Vaccinium vitis idea, Bilberry Vaccinium myrtillus, a common club moss, Lycopodium clavatum, and other medicinal plants. Since Scots pine forests are an important source of wood, they are commonly affected by intensive commercial activity that causes significant changes to the ecosystems. Tree felling generally is performed during the clear cuts in extensive forested areas of plantation forests. Since the diversity of vascular plant species associated with maturity of Scots pine forest is poor, good focal plants for investigations are members of Ericaceae, including Vaccinium myrtillus and Vaccinium vitis idea, both dominant Scots pine forest understory species of significant economical value. These species are important berry plants, and their leaves are also medicinally valuable because they contain concentrations of biologically active substances. This include various phenolic compounds with characteristic antioxidant, anticarcinogenic, and antimicrobial properties. The main attention was paid to preservation of above-mentioned species and use as a medicinal raw in pine stands of Pinetum vacciniosum, Pinetum vaccinio-myrtillosum, and Pinetum myrtillosum forest types before clear cuttings of the stands. Algorithms for lingonberries and bilberries fields with aim to evaluate economical reason of purveyance raw material were developed. It is economical and environmental reason to make preparation of medicinal raw of lingonberry and bilberry berries and leaves in the pine forests before clear cuttings of the stands. The fastest restoration of lingonberry plots after preparation of medicinal raw material, cutting of above ground phytomass observed in the pine woods of Pinetum myrtillosum type. The implementation of recommendations on use of lingonberry and bilberry fields for purveyance of medicinal raw material in the mature pine woods should be assigned and approved by Ministry of Environment in Lithuania.
Dear Seers, let me introduce our poster, Preservation of European Cranberry Biodiversity in the Ex Situ Collections at the Botanical Garden of Vytautas Magnus University. Natural resources of Vaccinium oxycoccus or European cranberry were seriously threatened by the effects of land reclamation in Lithuania. Large areas of raised bogs suffered from eutrophication, which has adverse effect on existent bog vegetation, cranberry including. The samples of the wild cranberry clones were collected in largest swamps of Lithuania, and Vaccinium oxycoccus germplasm collection was established at Botanical Garden of Vytautas Magnus University in 1995 to preserve genetic biodiversity of the natural cranberry species from different swamps. This collection is the largest in Baltic region and became the object of the broad-based investigations and provided essential research input for preservation of Vaccinium oxycoccus genetic resources and breeding. A detailed evaluation of morphological diversity of the collected clones was carried out. For the morphological characterization, different stems, leaves, and berry properties per clone were used, as leaf size and shape, shape of leaf apex and base, leaf margin bending, color of the fully opened flower, length of peduncle, berry size, shape, color, cross-section shape, and waxy layer intensity, as well as berry flesh color. Descriptor for the clones of European cranberries was created. The yield production of the clones was estimated and composition of the main biochemical substances was investigated. The cranberries in the ex situ collection demonstrates wide range of morphological diversity. The clones were characteristic of significant phenological plasticity, and the determination of berry shape revealed high variability. It has been found that the berries of some clones fall into the group of medium size from 0.6 to 1 gram, and the berries of other clones were larger, from 1.1 to 1.5 grams. The estimation of the berry yield ex situ indicated quite big differences among the clones. Despite cranberries are still harvested in the wild, decreasing of their natural resources have stimulated initiatives to domesticate this group. Significant differences in the yield and the berry size of clones in ex situ collection indicate a good possibility for European cranberry breeding. Evaluation of productivity as well as biological properties of collected samples allowed to sort out the best of them in terms of suitable for new cultivars selection. Integrated evaluation of morphological and economical peculiarities of clones based the selection of the most promising clones. For 4 years, distinctness, uniformity, and stability testing were carried out at a specialized center for testing in Poland for the purpose of granting the breeder's right. In the year 2016, they were approved as 5 new cultivars of Lithuanian origin. Lithuanian cultivars of European cranberry are of high productivity from 1.5 to 2.8 kilograms from square meter or around 3-4 liters from square meter, and berries are quite large from 0.8 to 1.1 grams. Thank you.
And dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Emilia Janeczko. I'm a landscape architect, and now I would like to present the basic thesis of my recent research, which revolves around perceptions of forest ecosystem services. Our research was based on a survey questionnaire, and the survey consists of several questions, was addressed to people visiting forest within the range of Regional Directorate of Forests in Radom. And for the purpose of this conference, 3 questions from the survey were analyzed in particular. 47% of women and 53% of men participated in our study. The most numerous group were inhabitants of rural areas. From cities come 58% of respondents, and the vast majority of respondents had a higher education. To determine the importance of each forest function, the Likert scale used in questions was converted into numerical value. A range of the importance of each function was established using the weighted arithmetic mean. The function of protection of cultural heritage was ranked 9, just after the function of providing a place for recreation and leisure, and definitely before such services as provision of non-timber products and provision of wood. And more detailed statistical analysis showed that opinion on the importance of particular function, forest function, are determined by socio-demographic characteristics. For example, in the female group, the percentage of those convinced that the function is very important was higher than in the group of men. And the percentage of respondents convinced that the function is very important was the highest in the group of inhabitants of large cities. And the higher the level of education, the higher was the percentage of people indicating that the function of forest is a very important function of forest. The next question in the survey was to determine how the importance of forest function has changed over the 10 years. And regarding the function of protection of cultural heritage, more than half of respondents said that the importance of this function has no change over the last 10 years. 7% of the respondents indicated that the importance of this function was decreased, and 39% were convinced that it has increased. The last of the analyzed questions, it was found that the most often respondents indicate a connection between recreational attractiveness of forests and the existing cultural values, such, for example, the traces of settlements or memorials. And in summary, it can be said that the heritage protection is more important forest function to forest visitor than the provision of non-timber products by the forest or even the delivery of timber. And the view on importance forest services differ significantly by socio-demographic characteristics such as gender, place of residence, and educational level. Cultural value significantly increase the recreational attractiveness of the forest. Thank you for your attention. Bye.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Viktor Głowacki, and I would like to turn your attention to the particular role of urban and suburban forests during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, in the end of the second year of the pandemic, it becomes clear that staying home and doing everything online is not a sufficient remedy to the pandemic, and that there is a need to move certain activities from indoor space to outdoor space in order to reduce personal contacts and to avoid large gatherings of people in one place. To be more specific, I present a few heritage sites situated in forests around the city of Kraków or in the city, which provide outstanding opportunities not only for physical recreation, but also for the formal or informal education, for cultural, religious and other activities. My short list starts with the world-famous sanctuary of Kalwaria Zebrzydowska, which is partly located in the forest on the slope of the Żar Hill, and it ends with one of many little-known statues and shrines hidden in the forest. Thank you for your attention. I would be glad to answer any of your questions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Agnieszka Manciuk, and on behalf of myself and my colleague Dr. PhD Beata Fornal-Pieniak, I would like to invite you to listen to a short poster speech. The topic of the speech is the role of natural and cultural values of the forest in creating a tourist product, or actually silvatourist product, because this is what we call tourist products found in forest areas. There are many definitions and types of tourist product themselves, depending on their specificity. On the other hand, this division presented in the poster is based on the classical division of the demand and supply of the tourist product in tourism. This idea was transferred to the area of forestry. In this approach, the forest product is divided into a primary product and a secondary product. Primary products are products partly without human intervention and are most often the destination of trips to the forest. The secondary products, on the other hand, is man-made and serves to make the primary product available. The group of primary products includes mainly the natural and cultural values of forest areas. There are mainly mature age-old stands, fruit of the undergrowth, for example mushrooms, blueberries, health properties of trees and habitats, forest as a landscape element, forest as a national heritage, inspiration for artists, for example, fauna and flora peculiarities, and all forms of nature protection, starting from national parks, Natura 2000 areas, ending with nature monuments. The group of culture values includes above all forest museums, forest education centers, historic buildings and other buildings, for example forest lodges, hunting lodges, forest center, culture center, excavations located in forest areas, historical sites, cemeteries, war bunkers and other historical monuments. The secondary product consists of the element of recreation development. They are based area elements, especially parking lots, playgrounds, picnic clearing, beaches or swimming pools. Another group consists of linear elements, for example forest paths, walking paths, bicycle and horse riding paths, health and sports paths. The last group includes point elements, for example viewpoints, information or rest points. If you want to create tourist product in forest, first of all, we should recognize the richness of tourist values, especially natural and cultural ones, because they are the basis of the tourist offer. Then, after identifying them, we should check whether they are accessible to tourists, whether, for example, parking spaces are prepaid. Only the next stage in the introduction of such tourists to offer to the market. It's necessary to promote these values, establish their market price, which is difficult in forestry because they are public goods. An important aspect is also training the staff or creating distribution channel for them. So, the most important things is to identify them, and this should be taken care of first of all at the beginning of creating silvitourist product. Thank you for your attention.
The aim of the study was to present the valuable habitats of the Lublin region in the context of natural heritage. The area of the Lubelskie Voivodeship is characterized by the diversity and richness of natural resources and landscape values. Features that distinguish the nature of the Lublin region are: first of all, the carbonate-type low fence, unique in Poland and Europe. The largest and the most famous are chełmińskie torfowiska węglanowe. The second unique element are raised bogs and transitional bogs of the Łęczyńsko-Włodawskie Lake District, the only lake district in Poland not covered by the last glaciation. Next, the occurrence of loess in the Lublin upland and the related presence of geomorphologically varied erosive forms. Also, richness of plants and animals of steppe origin. Many of those species cannot be found in any other part of Poland except Lubelskie. An example is the speckled ground squirrel. Its only habitat in the country is the area between the rivers Bug and Wieprz. Furthermore, very rich fauna of butterflies and other invertebrates. For example, there are over 900 species of invertebrates in the sole nature reserves of Carbonate Peat Bogs near Chełm. Many of them could be recorded only in the Lublin region. Lubelskie stands out also because of birds, especially birds of prey, owls and wading birds. The area most densely inhabited by the lesser spotted eagle is Mitcze. The Parche forest is one of the main refuges of the eagle owl in Poland. The Sobibór forest is the only nesting place of the great grey owl in the country. Region is rich in wetland birds such as corncrake, waders or aquatic warbler, which population in the Polesie is the second largest after the Biebrza marshes. Janowskie forests and the Solska forest hold the third largest population of the western capercaillie in Poland. The Lublin region is also an important area of the domestic large predators, wolves and lynxes. The richness of nature in Lubelskie results in the numerous forms of nature protection which have been established in this area. The most valuable habitats are protected in 2 national parks, each of a different character. In the Roztocze National Park, forests occupy almost 95% of the park's area. The most important of the diverse forest communities are the upland fir forests typical of Roztocze and the fertile mountain beech forests. Polesie National Park, on the other hand, protects mainly wetlands. Open peat bogs, lakes and small forests are the hallmarks of the park.
The landscape natural park Stylskie Горбugір'я with an area of 9,161 hectares was created on the basis of a complex natural monument Stylska in order to protect it and preserve part of one of the large settlements in Eastern Europe in 8th–12th century, namely the historical memory, the Southern House, Stone Dereves, and the surrounding natural complex. The settlement was the center of the tribal union of White Crows, occupying an area of over 250 hectares. Picturesque landscape, many historical and cultural monuments, good climate, Hellenic spring, place of religion, pilgrims determine the especially eco-stabilizing and recreation value of Stylskie Горбugір'я. Currently, within Stylskie Горбugір'я and adjacent areas of Dniester River Valley, Hologirski Spring and Lviv Plateau, there are a number of natural reserves of local and national importance, including the complex natural monument Stylska, protected tract Rozdilskie, landscape reserve Lipnikivsky, geological natural monument of local significance, exposure of Teutonic sandstones with accumulation of fuzzy Teutonic fauna, and other. The territory of LNP Stylskie Горбugір'я is unique and need comprehensive development and preservation, both from a historical and ecological point of view. The study areas has scientific value in several aspects. Numerous outcrops allow you to study the past of the territory, its structure and history of formation. The territory of the regional landscape park and its environs has good prospects for future development both in terms of natural reserves and its term of tourist attractiveness. The time of the foundation of Street Park is approximately dated on the second half of the 19th century under the direction of architect Arnold Rehring, who in the landscape style is a model of landscape architecture and is one of the best parks in Central Europe. It was laid on the hills that are part of the Lviv Upland complex. Its planning axis ring around the erosion valley which once flowered the stream Soroka, a tributary of the Poltva River. Here is the main alley from which the slopes rise, winding paths of the upper terrace, Stritsky Tulinsky Park, on the southern side of the city on area approximately 47 hectares according to historical data dated 1890. The official area is some more 51 hectares. The number of taxon 146. Culturals 52. Street Park has a well-developed road and trail network. There are also ponds in the park. For Street Park, which is dominated by landscape planning, the dominance of allotment without the predominance of one species is noted. In Street Park, most species grow several species. There are Carpinus betulus, Fraxinus excelsior, Acer platanoides, Tilia cordata, Acer pseudoplatanus, Ulmus glabra, sometimes Aesculus hippocastanum is added to them. In some areas, Robinia pseudoacacia, Quercus robur, and very rarely Fagus sylvatica. Very few trees in some places. Trees on different species aids from in a mixture or small single species plots surround a strip of mixed planting paths into a single species plots of another species.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us and sharing your experiences in planning, management, and conserving natural and cultural heritage in forest. It's important that the valuable forest resources and also memory of our ancestors and multi-generational work of foresters don't disappear. I hope that the conference was for you interesting and the discussion was fruitful. We would like to thank all the speakers for the interesting presentation, and we also thank the participants for the voices in discussion and the questions, which are encouragement for us to continue our research work. At this point, I also would like to thank everyone who helped us in organizing this conference, especially the scientific and organizing committee of the conference. I would like also thank my colleagues from Institute of Forest Science and from Forest Culture Center in Gołuchów. And we hope that in the future we start cooperate and we will be cooperating in different new projects. We would like also thank you very much rector of our university, director of State Forest, National Forest Holding, authorities in UFRO, and also European Association for Heritage Interpretation for their support and help in organizing this conference. Of course, we would like to thank you very much our television, which took care of our conference without any technical problems, and which took you on a virtual walk in Campinos National Park and Castle and Park Complex in Gołuchów. So we would like to thank the Department of the National Museum in Poznań, Gołuchów Castle Museum, and the Directorate of Campinos National Park for the cooperation in preparing the virtual tour. Thank you for decoration, our hall provided by Forested District in Celestynów, and we also appreciate the music accent provided by Acteon Group. At the end of our conference, the hunting signalers will perform for us a composition of Reinhold Still entitled Landler. So thank you very much. We wish you all good health and good luck. See you soon, maybe on the next conference organized by our institute. Thank you very much.